let's jump right in. Let me turn this off. I imagine we have a bunch of people recovering from the New Year holiday from yesterday. But we're going to go through this, and I'm just going to continue to work on through this book, Learning Web Design from Jen Robbins. And but before we get too far into this, I did want to show something that came up from last week. Last week we were going through a bunch of the tags, and it became pretty clear that I mean, it was a little bit tough to identify which tags are still relevant and which ones aren't. And I actually found a really interesting resource for this that I wanted to share before we get into this, that I didn't know about before last week, because I thought surely there's some way that the popularity of a given tag has been measured and is out there for us to read about, given all the other things that they track, right, in SEO. And sure enough, there is. So again, the problem is like, well, how do I know whether to use the ABBR tag or the aside or the main, or how popular is div and all that? And that kind of speaks directly to what you need to learn and how much of it you need to learn if you're going to become just like a basic junior technologist, or if you're going to go on to do full-blown web design and make a career of it. And I do want to say though that these boosts are designed primarily just to be the basic stuff, even though this book does go into more detail than just the basics. Again, I picked this book because it does cover accessibility and responsive design, things that are not covered in other places. So that's why I'm still with it. So let me give you that URL really quick, so I can find it. So I didn't put it up on my list, so I'll have to pull it up and see if I can find it again. But if I remember right, it was, I think I wrote about it in my notes. Let me go see in my notes what's going on. I might just be able to remember it. I should have had that ahead of me. I want to say, let me just go through my history real quick. It's not Multistream. It's not ProtonMail. It's not Netflix. Where did I put it? I checked the history real quick. That's not history. Where is history? Let's search. I want to say URL. No, tags, HTML tags. Yeah, that was it. There it is. Advanced web ranking. There we go. That's the one. So I have dark mode on. This thing is like really white. It really blow your eyes out. Anyway, so this is it. It's called Advanced Web Ranking. Maybe I can turn on a little bit of the chat. Oh, how's it going, guys? Hey, QQ. So here we go. We've got I want to say, so this, let's just run through this really quick, because we did go through that list of all the last part of the segment that we did last time had all of the tags kind of listed out, and this has them there. I thought these stats were interesting. So this is a survey of 11.3 million indexed page gathered from the top 20 Google search results for about 30 million keywords. This is refreshed all the time, and so yeah. So obviously the HTML tag, which we have to have in every web page, right? Head, body, title, those are the normal ones you would expect. Meta, of course. Div, because the whole app web is div based. A, because that's all the hyperlinks that link you to things. Script, so you can put JavaScript inside of it. Linked, which brings in the CSS files. IMG, which is images. Span, which allows you to do things besides just strong and emphasis on a span of text within a paragraph or something. P for paragraph, LI for links. These are list items and unordered lists. The actual style, embedded style, when you don't want to include it. And this is BR, which is a line break, a forced line break in the middle of a paragraph or something. Second level heading, first level heading. Input, which is like form input. We haven't done any of that yet. And of course, form is a part of the form input, which we'll get to. and nav. So all those nav bars on the top, the footer, the header. These are the semantic tags that we briefly went over. Iframe, which is how you embed a video from something else. It's also how you embed like a gist from GitHub or something. Button goes without saying. Strong is the sort of emphasis we talked about. I found I to be interesting. That I is here. I would have expected EM for emphasis, but it appears I is even being used more popularly than EM, and I don't have an explanation of that. I thought that was interesting. And then this breaks down the different types, so you can go down and as deep as you want. I'll just go over it really quick. So HTML5, as we said, almost everything is HTML5. The old stuff is gone. Yeah, basic elements of metadata. Remember, all web pages are made up of like a head and then a body, and the head has metadata and data about the data, and the body is the main content. And there we go. We got all the different things that are in there. We have headings. So this is not a tag, but this groups together the H1 through 6 for the content sections. Section, article, header, main, nav, footer. So I did find it interesting that main is not included here. I think I would have considered main to have been a content section because it is one of the main semantic tags because it's main. Instead, they grouped it here under text content for some reason. I don't know why. Especially since they put div under text content. And I mean, div is one of those things where it's probably really hard for them to pick a category because it's not text. It's not really anything. It's just a division. And li figure is there. So this one surprised me. So dd, dt, and dl, when we went through them last time, this is a description list. I was like, I've never used this. We talked to several other designers who've been doing it for 10, 20 years who were here on the stream, and they're like, no, I never use that. But it's a thing, and apparently people use it. So I don't know if that's being automatically generated someplace by some sort of application or not. Pre-formatted text. All the other inline, time is interesting. There's more. So this is interesting too. So all of these I would have expected. Time, I was a little bit shocked that time would be there, but it is. Emphasis, anchor links, span, break, hardline breaks. These are emphasis, bold. We looked over those. Small, which I didn't think it'd be really big. I was particularly interested in BDI, U, SUP, abbreviation. These ones right here, I would not have expected to have been that popular. So they apparently are being used quite a bit. That means people are using U for underlying. It's interesting because people are very clearly using the one letter text, elements that were the devil under XHTML. They weren't allowed and they were brought back in HTML5. And I don't know if they're still there because there's so much leftover HTML5 out there. Pre-HTML5, or if they're actually being actively used in a new way now. Subscript, I was kind of a surprise too. Abbreviation. Code, of course, is going to use a lot. That's how people embed code into blogs and stuff. But as you can see down here, these other things, none of them are used. And this is the main reason I'm showing you this, is because as we were going through some of these through the list in the book, I was like, nobody uses that. I've never seen that before. Nobody uses that. Well, there's the proof. These things are 0% used. They are not used in any of those millions of pages that were tracked. So if you're trying to decide which tags to memorize, you're making your flashcards or whatever you're doing to memorize them, these are ones that are much, much, much lower priority. And in fact, I wouldn't even bother learning them. I would just bother, knowing that they exist, and call it a day, So this is a useful URL. I will print the URL in the chat for y'all. Where's div? Div was way up there. We passed it. Yeah. Let's go map. So let's go back. So yeah, if we go down here, so these are subcategories, by the way. That's why we're not seeing those things at the top of the other one. Multimedia. I thought it was interesting that area, video, map, and audio are still used. I knew audio and video are really important because that's how you embed, videos. Images, of course, really huge. I was not expecting map and area to be so strongly used. That's, I believe, if I remember correctly, that's for making image maps. We didn't cover it last time, though, so we probably will get to that. And track. I honestly, I've never used track, so I don't know it. Okay, embedded content. source. I thought that was super interesting. That this is so common to have this. So we'll hopefully get to those things. We haven't covered those yet. Param, object, and embed. These are new things. There's actually another one. There's a template tag that everybody's using, which is I didn't even know it had been adopted in HTML5. So I don't want to confuse the issue too much here. I just know that there's this website, advancedwebranking.com/HTML. It'll tell you what things are being used and what percentage of them are being used. So I think this is probably one to add to your list with can I use, remember, and what WG as well as W3G. If you have those, 4 sources to go to outside of whatever other sources you have available to you, the book itself and your community of developers that you can reach out to. Beyond that this is a really sort of authoritative list of what you should be using or what you can use and what is going to commonly be found out there. Tables are still really strong. There's forms. Forms are a thing. We haven't covered those yet, so I'm going to just scroll over them. Summary, menu item dialog. That was very interesting to me that those are so high. Web components. So we haven't even gotten to this, and I actually don't think that Jen covers the web components at all in the book. But I was really, when I saw this, I am just going to show you, I was like, wait, did template get approved? Because template is really important for applications, web applications development. And it's actually, it was one of the things that that Vue has been using for a long time that Rust doesn't. I mean, that the other one, React, does not. It's one of the reasons I really like it, because it makes a nice, pretty web component. And we're not going to get into web components now. Just understand that they are, the component-oriented design is how modern web applications are made these days. I haven't made a lot of web applications, and frankly, I haven't. Strictly speaking, I haven't made a full application. I put components into my sites and stuff, but I've never, like any of the standard web, like even Restream here. Those are full-blown web applications, and they take a real mastery of web components. And I believe you should start with Vue and then learn React or learn React, whatever. But that's quite an additional investment. It's not beginner material by any means. And again, this is a beginner boost. Okay, so we're going to go back to HTML elements and the what WG just really quick, because I want to look for the template tag and prove to myself once again that this is now a standard part of HTML5. So here we go. The template tag. So the template element, is used to declare fragments of HTML that can be cloned and inserted into the document by script. In a rendering, the template element represents nothing. So this is important. So you can put this element around something, and then the code inside of it can become a part of a component. It's actually the visual part of the component. And they'll combine. Frequently, you'll see a template, and then it has HTML in it. You'll see a style, and it'll have CSS in it, and then you'll see a script, and it'll have the JavaScript in it. And that is those 3 things, when they're combined into a file, in the case of Vue, that constitutes a template, and that, or not a template, a component. And that component can be placed around on the page, and they can be combined to make applications. And it's a very, very, very modern approach to web development. And you're going to see that more. We've been talking about the separation between HTML, CSS, and JavaScript in general into separate files, and separation of concerns by keeping these things apart has largely been the way we've been doing web development for many, many years. But God, for at least a good 5 years now, the trend is towards moving and creating components, particularly for applications. And a component-oriented design puts all 3 of those things together and doesn't have an overall style or something like that for the whole application. And then those things are managed and combined together using JavaScript. It's pretty amazing. That's the essence of component-oriented design. And there's lots of frameworks that do that. So I went down that little rabbit hole because I feel like some of you are going to want to go in and do that kind of thing. And if you do want to go down that route, understanding the template element and the fact that it's a standard element, I'm kind of just trying to decide how long. Let's check can I use really quick. caniuse.com. Template. HTML templates. Let's see how long they've been out there. So IE still doesn't have them. That's fine though, because Edge is out there. It looks like they've been around for a while. So wow, Android. So Chrome, Safari, even Safari. So they're supporting Safari since 2015. So the method of declaring a reused markup that is parsed but not rendered until cloned. I don't know if that's the same thing. Let's check. Template literals, I knew about those. That's a JavaScript thing. They're really great, by the way. I'm so glad they added template literals. You could even put line returns before that. Grid template. Nope, that's the CSS grid thing. I want to think this is the HTML tag, but I don't know that. Can we isolate our search? HTML. Nope. Well, let's go see what they say in MDN about this really quick. HTML templates, multi-page scripting, HTML, the template element. Oh, there it is. It's like a link right to it. This one surprises me. I'm actually kind of happy to find this out. I didn't know it was that fully supported. So that is really good news. That's good news. Component area design for the web, for web applications makes a lot of sense, but for document development makes no sense. Other than to say you could have a document and then you could put a component in it and you can make the component optional, like a graph or something. And then you can maintain the best of both worlds, particularly if you're using a framework like Vue that's really progressive about how it adds things in. You know, you can progressively add enhancements rather than just make the whole thing a compiled application. Super cool about that. I'm still just kind of on that. I like reviewing these things with you because I don't know. It's just fun for me to go through the same discoveries with you. All right. Any other questions? Everybody saying hi. Welcome. Not many people in here tonight. Was just about to ask what a component was. Okay, right. So I kind of went through what a component was. I think it's funny because we did have, New Year's last night, and I think not a lot of people were here. I almost forgot, actually. Yeah, people are hungover and they're in bed early. But I still want to put these out there because I want people to go through them and be able to read through them. I also think there's going to be a certain percentage of people who are going to start dropping off. Because traditionally, whenever I do these things, people don't stay for the whole thing. They eventually decide it's too much work and they don't want to do it. So I do want to say also that I will be adding bookmarks to the existing Boost files. In order to do that, I have to watch the whole file again. So it takes quite a bit of time for me to do that. And I'll be working on some of that tomorrow. But when I do that, then you'll be able to jump past all of my random rabbit holes and stuff. We had somebody on our New Year's Eve party like giving me grief about 2 hours into the video is when it really covers anything, and I disagree with that. But still, I don't apologize for going in a roundabout way through all this stuff. But I always did that with the intent of like really cutting it up and making it pretty, and so that is coming. So I don't want you to worry. Again, I'm doing my best here based on this, but I don't have time to edit things. I barely have time to watch through it one more time. All right, so let's go back to the book. Having your previously recorded videos is all I need. I can rewatch and learn at my own pace. Right, and you can skip over stuff. So basically what I want to tell you is that I just want you to be able to skip past the rants, and the side things, so you at least know what you're looking at. So all of that stuff is coming. I don't want anybody to think, because right now there's no descriptions in any of the learning web design videos. If you want to get a sense of what that's going to look like, you can go look at the what editor should I use video, and that I went through and meticulously added the places there, and that took me I don't know, that took me 2 hours to do that. So yeah, I mean that's where we're at. Let me go back here. I'm going to take a look here. Classification with class. So we're back down. I think we left off on ARIA, which I really want to read about and study about. And you're going to see me doing a lot of this as well. I have used ARIA in the past, but this came out after I was, being paid to be a web developer every day. And so I'm personally interested in it and how much it's changed. And I'm on purpose not not doing a lot of this research before the stream because I think some of the autodidactic learning that I'm doing might help you because we can go researching and spelunking together and trying stuff out. I'm just another learner like you in many ways. So improving accessibility with ARIA. As web designers, we must always consider the experience of users with assistive technologies to navigate pages and interact with applications. I've been talking about this all through the series, so this is just a specific way to deal with accessibility. Users may be listening to the content on a screen reader, navigating with a joystick or voice commands. Many HTML elements are plainly understood when you look at or read the HTML source. We talked about the difference between using a div and a table, or a CSS grid and a table. Tables are very understandable to accessibility tools. Divs are not. So that's one of those examples. But generic elements like div and span lack the semantics necessary to be interpreted by an assistive device. You pretty much just took the words out of my mouth. Enrich applications, web applications, especially those that rely heavily on JavaScript and Ajax. And I mean, I don't know how many times I've ranted about this. The markup alone does not provide enough clues as to how elements are being used or whether a form control, whether a form control is currently selected, required, or in some other state. Talking about like if you're filling in a form or something. Fortunately, we have ARIA, Accessible Rich Internet Applications. A standardized set of attributes. So attributes are the key equals values things that go on to any other attribute, including div and span, for making pages easier to navigate and interactive features easier to use. The specification was created and is maintained by a working group of the Web Accessibility Initiative, which is a part of W3C, I heard, which is why you also hear it referred to WAIARIA, WAIARIA, which defines roles, states, and properties that developers can mark up. Can I just say right now before we get into this, nobody does this. They should do this, but they don't. They don't do this, and then they use components for their applications, and nobody can use anything. So that's fine for an application. I'm still okay with that for an application, and not okay for that for a document. Roles. A role describes an element's function or purpose in the context of the document. Some roles include alert, button, dialog, slider, or menu bar. For example, as we saw earlier, you can turn an unordered list into a tab menu. Yeah, we did that. I talked about that. But if you can't see it styled that way, but what if you can't see it that way? Added role equals toolbar to the list makes its purpose clear. So it's like, oh, this role is a toolbar here for you to pick a menu or something. Interesting. I don't know why she throws structured data in the middle of all this. It's such a huge topic. It needs its own entire stream, at least one. And I just don't have any idea why she covers this right here. I don't know why she covers this. This needs an entire chapter, man. I cover it because we cover YAML, JSON, XML, TOML, INI, and HCL, which is the HashiCorp thing. Structured data is an entire topic. Oh, what do we do here? Do I skip it? All right. So I'm going to do this the same justice she does. She just says structured data is a thing. And then gives you kind of a brief explanation. And then here we go. We're done. Structured data is just data that's structured, right? What's the single of data, by the way? Some people don't know. How do you say one of a data? One thing from data. But do you guys know? People get this wrong all the time. It's datum. Datum, it's called. So it's a datum. Data is plural. So here we go. So you can do things like this, item property. You can use HTML. You shouldn't, okay? You should not do this. But you can use HTML attributes, particularly the data dash attribute, to turn HTML divs in particular into like tiny little data sets or structures of data. Most of the time when you do that, You just want to provide that data in some other form and not mess with the HTML. But there you go. The W3C dropped microdata from HTML5 in 2013, putting all of its structured data efforts behind RDFA, Resource Description Framework, and attributes, and its simplified subset. It uses specified attributes, vocab, type of property, resource, and prefix. Yeah, just no. Nobody uses this. I mean, I don't know. Has anybody ever used this? I have never run across this in the wild. It doesn't make any sense to do this. It's better to do this as JSON data through an API, a web application programming interface, than to do this. If you were to ever do this, maybe you would render it from the JSON data, but data, hands down, data is not exchanged over the web using div tags. It's exchanged using JSON, and then that JSON is turned into maybe something like this, but a lot of times it doesn't have property vocab. I've never seen anything like this. If there's, it doesn't mean it doesn't exist, but in the wild, in applications development, particularly with static, it doesn't even make any sense because you can't really recreate it in some fashion. So let me just see if anybody else has ever seen it. This is not where it belongs. The better place to do this, and she mentions this down here, is JSON. Okay, so the lingua franca of the internet, of the web, I should say, between applications is JSON. JSON is the structured data of the web. It is what is being exchanged all the time behind the scenes. It's, web APIs use it, GraphQL uses it. GraphQL is its own thing, but it's just what people sent WebSockets use. It's what gets sent back and forth so that applications can understand each other and send and receive events and transfer data and all kinds of things. And this is a little sample of what it looks like right here. You would never put it in a script though like this. This is totally dumb. No, don't do that. Don't ever do that. Separate it. Put your JSON in a separate request so that your JSON data can pull it in. And by the way, if you have a static site, we talked about static and dynamic last session. If you have a static site and you want some sort of structured data, you can render the static data, YAML or JSON into a web page, and we'll do that when we go through the series on Pandoc after this. And then you have both. So then you can say, okay, here's the representation, the view of the data, the structured data. You make it nice and pretty with styles and HTML or whatever. But the actual data, the JSON file, is still there. So then you can link to it so people can go get the JSON data rather than putting that burden on whatever your HTML parser is. It's really bad architecture to do that. I can't say that enough. Doing what is in here is a bad idea. And frankly, I'm going to go out on a limb here. I'm going to say that I have a feeling that this was not vetted by somebody who actually does like back-end web development versus front-end web development, which is also why I think it kind of got this little tiny like section as opposed to its entire chapter, which it probably should have had. Structured data is a part of a much bigger conversation about data management in general. Not just it's not really a web design conversation, other than to say that sometimes the HTML will take on a structure that matches structured data that exists in other formats. Microformats.org died on the vine. I mean, nobody uses that. Nobody uses this. This is all part of what the semantic web, which largely died, which I'm really sad to say. I mean, I think they kind of overreached there. But what do I know? I mean, it's been a while since I've done this. So if anybody out there, a little bounty there, if anybody out there actually encounters the use of like JSON like this embedded in a script, which is just no. Or if they see RDFA light in the wild, if they've ever encountered that in a web page, I'd really appreciate having a look at that. But I believe this is one of the many W3C things that kind of fell by the wayside in light of how easy it is to use JSON and REST and now GraphQL. I mean, you just look. You don't ever want to mix your view implementation, how you view the data, with your structured data. You want to keep them separate. That's the architectural best practice. The architectural best practice is to keep your structured data separate from your view, model view controller, right? Sort of. And the view in this case is the HTML and combined with the style. But the data that populates that view is a separate thing, and it needs to maintain its cohesion in a separate structure so that it can be used anywhere. You don't want to, but doing this would limit yourself to just things that can parse HTML, and you don't ever want that. You want the whole point of JSON is to be able to have the data used anywhere. So you can pull it down from, a command line terminal even, and use the data and parse it directly using a tool called JQ. You don't ever want to have your data also convoluted inside of HTML, and you have to pick out all the HTML bits to get to the structured data. It's just bad architecture. So just pretend this section doesn't really exist, and you know what HTML is, you know what CSS and JavaScript are, and you know what structured data is in general. And we'll hit structured data really hard when we do the Pandoc thing, and when we start to do Magic 8 Ball application and some of this other fun stuff we can write, that for which we'll have to make a JSON file that has structured data in it. All right. So we had any questions on that little rant? Nope. Sorry. There we go. Yep. Same old comments. Oh wait, I got new messages here. Let me go see what I got. Uh-oh, hate the text emoji converting. Slap it in a container. Send the data through URL. Oh gosh. And billing for the database. Right, arrays and whatnot, yes. Google loves static pages. They get updates. That gets updates in current data. Yeah. Well, XML is all data. Right, XML is data too. Microformats et al. Were killed because XHTML didn't catch on. I completely agree. That's a very interesting insight, Tada. Thank you for bringing that to the stream. I agree. I agree that the whole XHTML and the emphasis on structured data as a part of HTML within XHTML, as well as all the semantic stuff, all kind of died on the vine. And I have a feeling that a lot of this content hasn't been fully ripped out, but probably should be, because it's kind of irrelevant these days. You just need to know there's structured data, and these days people don't mix the two. They will fetch down that data and populate a view, which often is a component like we talked about, and they'll make that nice and pretty on your screen. I need to pull down a CSV file with names and amounts of donations for FEC. Right. And I actually did a currency converter that pulled data from the World Bank using a Perl script, and it parsed it all up and then wrote out the HTML to present the view. But the file that it pulled down was a structured data. It was a CSV file. By the way, CSV, comma separated file, which is a little bit of a misnomer, it's another form of structured data. So how many forms of structured data we mentioned so far? Probably 6 or 7, right? This is why the conversation about structured data needs to be its own conversation. So in fact, either before or after the Pandoc conversation series, we will have to tackle structured data, because, and the other thing that's really great about talking about structured data is that it's kind of a really good precursor to learning how to code, because coding is just manipulating data in different ways and moving it around. And so if you understand structured data and its formats, it's kind of an introduction to the same data types that you're going to be using when you code. And in fact, JSON, JavaScript object notation, is valid JavaScript. Doug Crockford took that and said, this is pretty universal. Why don't we just use this to exchange everything instead of this big bloated XML? But that is a conversation for the structured data situation. But so I don't feel like that's wasted time, but I do feel like we need to move on. Since there's a full page on it here. Okay. So yeah, there you go. Here's another that reveals the status. Okay, so this is Jen using the ARIA tags to show information about what this thing is. Okay, so this is an ordered list that's being used as a toolbar. There's another example that reveals the status div is used as an alert message. ID status role equals alert. You are no longer connected to the server. And you can put these attributes on anything. I know that these are a thing and that people do them, but they seem sort of like a band-aid, even though they're supported. The best way for you to test these, by the way, is to, and maybe we could do it after we get our page going. You can download components that are screen readers and stuff that are used by the blind, and you can put those components on your website and test your ARIA tags to make sure that they work right. I haven't done it in a long time, but I need to. All of my sites right now, my sites, it's a lot easier to support accessibility if you don't get complicated. So my sites that I've done are just documents with paragraphs and text. So there's nothing really to figure out. It's just there. And so I've deliberately kept my sites very, very simple. They're mostly documentation, right? So I can do that. But if you were going to make an application that also had to be used by the blind or somebody, you might want to look at this. To me, I think it's the real challenge here is some of the component application development that's going on right now is so complicated, the interactions between the components and stuff, that there's no way an accessibility reader is ever going to be able to make that thing work. And I don't have enough experience on the really deep level of front-end engineering to demonstrate why that's an issue. But when you think of all the different ARIA tags that would have to be built to all of the different complex components that interact in a modern reactive web application, we're starting to move away from the ability for accessibility at all, not to mention WebAssembly. And there's absolutely no standard whatsoever for a GUI WebAssembly application, and those are coming down the road. And so the web is headed for some interesting. It's already there, actually. We're going to have a really hard time with accessibility. And again, I think at least the first step to fixing this problem is thinking of the web in multiple platforms, the web platform as an application platform as well as a documentation platform, so that we can simplify those things that we can. But there's a lot of work to be done on the accessibility front when it comes to applications. Throwing it in the cloud in a container. Yes, it is. Talk about data. Yeah, you can put your data in a container. It's right. We'll talk about containers. We haven't talked about containers at all. I recently made an article. This is a little side note. I've added containers and Docker to the fundamental essential learning for all beginner technologists in the boost. So we will be having a container/Docker boost just for that topic, because you can't even be really a front end web designer without understanding containers these days. It's gotten that prevalent. There's a lot of web designers who would take me to task about it for saying that, but I from where I'm sitting, I see containers infusing everything, including like basic blogs. Even people are deploying their blogs as a container. So yeah, that's a thing. All right, so let's keep moving on. Another example reveals that the status div is used as an alert message. Okay. Some rules describe landmarks that help readers find their way through the document, such as navigation, banner, content info, and complementary. This is something that really kind of annoys me. I don't remember reading this the first time. If I already declared that I have a main section, why do I also have to give it a role of main? If I already said something was a banner, or a header, why do I have to say banner? If I have a nav tag, why do I have to say the role is navigation? If I have an aside, why can't they understand that it's an aside, that it's already secondary complementary information? This kind of annoys me that they didn't think about this. I wish that they would have implied these relationships for these particular. They're already supposed to be semantic, which means they're already supposed to contain semantic meaning. That's why we have these extra elements and not divs. Why do we, in addition to this, also have to write a role tag, a role attribute? And that always annoys me, and I don't know why, but I need somebody from the accessibility front to explain that more to me. But according to the book, it's a thing, and we're beginners, so we're pretending like we're just going to move on and just accept that that's the way we should do it. LC, you saying that too? Well, now I don't feel so bad because I have other web designers who have the same confusion. That's like one. I don't get it. It seems like one working group didn't really think about the work of another working group, which is not uncommon in standards bodies. They don't really cross communicate. I would argue this is why what WG had to step up and say, we're going to do HTML5 because your HTML4 thing is not working because you guys can't get it together. And so what WG stepped in to like squash some of this stuff. And honestly, I know I want to get behind ARIA, and I will, but it really feels like something that came out of W3C. And there's a lot of crap that comes out of W3C. There's good stuff. There's tons of good stuff. But this is one of those times where it's like, this doesn't feel like it was really thought through very well. And for me to say that, I realize, is like throwing shade at certain individuals. It's not the people, again, that I'm attacking. I'm attacking the lack of, like, who wants to type main role main? Who wants to type nav role nav? Did they not think about that? I don't know why. I'm just asking questions. It says here, the banner rule is used when the header applies to the whole page, not just a section or article. And that brings up another problem for me, which is the level of ambiguity in the semantic tags. This header, main, aside, and footer, particularly when you start studying header, section, article, and main. Like, well, you can have it in this combination, and you can have it in this combination, and another combination. And by the way, if you do use this combination, make sure you tell us when in your ARIA tag that it's a banner type, because what they could have done instead is they could have more strictly specified what those elements are and how they can be included. I mean, they already have the notion of a document. They've already bought off on that idea. So why not, create that specificity right up front? And they didn't. So I'll tell you this, when we get into our thing, I have a preferred way that I do it, and it's consistent, and everybody understands it. And I see the same thing that I see out there. And it's one of those times where you have to say, look, they allow multiple options, but I'm going to pick one best option, and I'm going to go with that, because I don't want to have to know, that there's like 10 great options there. Same with Markdown, by the way, when we get to that. States and properties. ARIA also defines a long list of W3C. Did I say it wrong? ARIA also defines a long list of states and properties that apply to interactive elements such as form widgets, dynamic content. States and properties are indicated with attributes prefixed with ARIA dash, such as ARIA disabled, ARIA described by, and many more. And this is something I have seen. So people who do this, who do web applications, they like all of their components have ARIA disabled in them. Yeah, they have to, because if they don't, the readers are going to freak out. And at that point, I'm kind of like, okay, this application is not designed for use by people with certain problems. And then it's tough to say this, but it's like, there are some applications that can't be used by blind people. And, can you make that same application in a way that cannot be used by the blind? So like a graph or something, right? Well, if you provide a table that goes with it that has the same data, they can use the table data. But in terms of using a graphic that's got a graph in it, they will never be able to use that. And I'm not trying to be mean or exclusionary here, but I think that there's a time at which you have to say, okay, I'm just architecting this page wrong for accessibility. I need to not make a widget here. I need to make this a table, and then provide additional information. Just like in a kind of a macro sense, the same thing you do every time you add an image to a page. You must add an alt tag that describes image, right? If you take that same kind of mindset and say, okay, I'm going to extend my web page. When you do that extension of your web page, can you make an equivalent rendering of what you just did as something that's accessible, rather than trying to hunt and peck and make all of the individual components, ARIA disabled or ARIA on or something like that. The difference between a state and a property is subtle. For properties, the value of an attribute is more likely to be stable, such as ARIA labeled by, which associates labels with their respective form controls, or ARIA has pop-up, which indicates the element has a related pop-up menu. States have values that are more likely to be changed as the user interacts with the element, such as ARIA selected. So all of these states and properties are designed to make really, really interactive forms that can be filled out by people who have readers and such. And I don't remember, but I'm pretty sure if you just use basic forms, the HTML form tags, which we haven't even got to yet, that a lot of that stuff is already covered, so you don't need this extra stuff. So this extra stuff is more important if you're using div tags instead of form tags, form input tags. Okay, and there's another reason to use form input tags is if they don't have JavaScript, and say they're using links or something, the form will still work. If you put it as a div that's operated with JavaScript with ARIA inside it, nobody can read it. So again, progressive enhancement. Can you just use a plain old form and jazz it up with your styles in JavaScript? Or do you need to completely throw out the whole existing supported form elements and add an entirely new homegrown thing that's all got ARIA all over the place and you hope you get it right? So I personally think keeping it simple is much more valuable of an approach to this whole thing. When you're ready to dig and take your skills to a professional level, here's some reading. Okay, so go read the working draft. Helps developers with HTML correctly. It features a great list of every HTML element, whether it has an implicit role. Remember we were talking about that, right? In which ARIA should not be used. As if it wasn't complicated enough. Apparently, there are a bunch of HTML elements that already have roles, and if you put an ARIA role on them, that will cause a problem. So knowing when to add them or when to not, that sounds like that's a full-time job all by itself. It's an important one, though, because we need to have, in some web teams, they have an accessibility specialist. That's all they do. They just focus on accessibility constantly. They're going through everything. And that might be the right way to go about it. But if you're just making like a profile page for yourself, or a resume page or something, I don't know how much of that applies if you just use the basic elements in the first place. Now let's switch ARIA role properties in its description of every element. I want to follow through on this particular one. The W3C HTML specification. That's got to be old, man. I have to go look. We already talked about, because this is showing a W3C without showing you what WG. So I think this is dated information. So I'm going to validate it real quick. Oh no. Okay, so this is the same specification that is in what WG. Interesting. This is ancient. This is ancient. Don't use this. Oh man, I don't even put a highlight anymore. I'm glad I'm doing video series on this because this is, you'd never know that. This is really ancient. Don't use this. Well, they're on version, what version are they on now? Wait, is this the same one? No, this was the link. Did I read the year wrong? I did. No, I didn't. Look. This is what the book linked to. I rest my case. Where do you go? Where do you go to get your spec? The Living Standard, whatwg.org. Is it mentioned at all in the book? No. Now you know. All right. So, I mean, I can't even imagine. I don't even look. So that makes me just question every word that we've said about ARIA. So if you want to get into ARIA and accessibility, and you should do that, HTML5 accessibility. Let's see if this one is still up. That one looks interesting. Should we open that link? I've heard about this before, but I've never been here. Yeah, there it is. Get the current. Ooh, this is a nice one. I'm going to add this to your mandatory links list. So now what? We have We have whatwg, right? .org. Can I use? We have HTML5 accessibility. There's a performance one too we're going to do later. And what was the other one? This guy here. Web components, advancedwebranking.com. So those are some good sites for you to use if you want to go through this. I have not been out to this site as any time that I can remember. Internet Explorer, accessibility support, 100% on Edge, 98 on Windows 10. Editor's draft, August 2020. Looks pretty recent. Features support, how to test. Wow, this looks really good. This is really good. Browser-based dev tools, Chrome accessibility. I didn't know that was even a thing. I did not know. I'm not using Chrome, so that's not going to work. But right now, anyway, that's super cool. Obviously, this link is wrong, so forget that link. Go to that link. Go to HTML5 accessibility and go there. I told you about Mozilla, the MDN. I don't like wikis, but there you go. That's really the one I would stick with. HTML5 accessibility is coming from the organization that's responsible for that. So I would stick with that over even the W3C site at this point. W3, once again, is old. I don't know. Maybe they're missing something. Maybe they have a newer version since this book was put. Yeah, they do probably because it says 5.2. I don't know. Is somebody saying something I need to pay attention to? Let me go check. What are you guys saying? The screen reader. Yeah. Well, yeah. Right, the screen reader, you have to, if you use simple stuff, the screen reader is fine, and you can test that. And an HTML5 accessibility site had some rules for how to do that. I imagine that links to the plugins that I've used for this. I'm trying to get back to old school web dev and try to avoid JS if possible as the front end. Yeah, I think the current state of the FE development is overcomplicated. I agree. Front end, yeah. Part of that is you can't really escape the complexity in professional settings. Right. Right. Well, right. You have to make an application, right? Ta-da. I'm with you. Sometimes you have to make an application and it's not a document. If HTML hasn't changed for 4 years, no, it definitely has. I would give Edge a 99%. Probably true. Lawsuits have been driving this. Yes, they have. The good old, the Pizza Hut one. And do you know some other ones, Elsie? Even Word has alt warnings right now. Wow, great stuff. I've seen a 404 while you're using it. Interesting. Canada, really interesting. Interesting. Okay, well, let's keep going. So I mean, that was fun. I'm glad we did that. I don't feel like we need to dwell on that anymore, but we spent a good 20 30 minutes on that. So just know accessibility is more of a thing than it's ever been before. The first thing that you could know is if you put JavaScript unnecessarily into your site, you're probably blowing out your accessibility right off the bat. So, consider that and go by html5accessibility.com. I definitely am. And I'm going to go through and revise all the plugins that they may have been updated since then. And you got to, it's hard to keep up, right? So, and then I'm going to, test out all my sites again and make sure they're good. But I've made a point of just using Pandoc markdown conversions so that my stuff stays really, really simple. Character escapes. All right. So I don't know if this goes here. I think the organization of this book is not what I would pick. I like the content, as I said, but I would have organized it way differently. HTML finds 100 of named entities. Okay, so we're going to talk about entities now. It looks like we're really going to dive into entities. Entities is a big topic. I'm guessing maybe 20, 30 minutes just on entities to talk about this. They call them character escapes, but the true name is entity, and we'll go through what that means. Any questions before we get going? Government sites have ripped down a lot of content due to not accessible. Yeah. I bet. I was about to send the same thing about government sites, local and federal. Really? Yeah, local and federal sites, those are the ones that have no excuse, man, because they've got to have it, right? I remember I did a site for Teleport that was related to the bus schedules And I vaguely remember us having to go through that. It was also accessible through links from Telnet. Yeah, you could use Telnet and connect to it, and that allowed anybody could use Telnet. As I said before, MUDs, which are a terminal command line kind of thing, multi-user dungeons are still one of the top entertainment for the blind. And so we had our bus schedule website was for the local bus hub in Portland, Oregon, was also a Telnet application. So they could Telnet into it, and it was all made so that it would look good in links. You guys see me use links all the time, right? Well, that's how we got accessibility, because it was available to be used through the terminal. Anything that can be accessed through the terminal is a really, really good tool to use for accessibility, and so anybody could use it that way. Need to have reading order and alt tags, and the graphic people don't know how to do that, right? And they really do need to be reminded, and they really don't care by default. By default, they don't care. They don't think about that, right? So it's up to us to remind them of that. All right. We talked a lot about that because that was the topic at hand in that last chapter, the chapter section. So we're going to keep going now. Escapes. I'm taking a big breath because this is a big topic. This can confuse people, but basically, let me present you the problem, and then you can see maybe more about what we're talking about. It's always easier to understand what kind of thing we're fixing here. So, on web design. So here's the Linus Torvalds page we've been working on, and let's say you're down here, and this is another paragraph. So if I wanted to be snarky and I wanted to say, like, I don't know, Linus is greater than Stallman, which is fighting words for some people. But you see how we have a problem? Why do we have a problem there? Why do we have a problem? Why is this red? Because we're using special characters that are reserved for HTML. And so we can't do that. And the only way to do that is to change it to escape it. So the concept of escape being something, and this goes for all coding languages of any kind, is converting it or putting something in front of it in a way that tells the parser that's going to go through it that this is actually this other thing. It's not a tag. It's not an element. That's not what's here. This is actually just a greater than sign, right? And in the case of HTML, which is very different than every other language in how it escapes things, they've created an entire catalog of entities, they're called. And they always begin with an ampersand, which is this thing, an and sign, right? Actually, is that an and sign? I always mix up ampersand and sign. So that's not an ampersand. This is an ampersand, right? No, that's an at sign. That is an ampersand. I always mix them up. I always mix them up. I should get it straight. Well, let's go figure it out. Anyway, you get the point. So how do we do it? So you start it with this, all right? And then you have to use, and it ends with this, with a semicolon. And inside of there, you need to put one of three things: the name, the special code name they have for it, a special number, actually it's two things: a special number, and the number can be in either of two forms. It can be, I think you can do it as an octal or as a hexadecimal. And if you don't know what those are, don't worry. We're going to talk about that when we talk about styles. Eventually, we're going to talk about bases and like what's base 2, what's base 10, and all of that. So I don't want you to get too hung up on that right now. Just know that right now we're going to put here, so that would be a less than sign. All right. And then that says this is called an entity. All right. So we got lots of terms here: element, tag, entity. CData is another one. So CData is all the stuff between the tags, like all this stuff right here, right? Linux was created by. So, and then we had, so this is an entity. This is a less than entity. And making a bunch of text safe to be included in a web page is called HTML escaping. And what that does, and there's all kinds of tools for doing this, but what that does is it goes through and scans them all, and if it sees anything that would choke an HTML parser in a browser or something, it fixes it, and it says, okay, I'm going to change you into an entity, and then it can be passed as is. Entity escaping isn't particularly dangerous, but it's worth mentioning that not properly escaping data is probably the number one way that bug bounty people make their money, whether it be SQL or JavaScript or JSON or not. So entities are not particularly dangerous if you don't escape them correctly, but in HTML, but in other languages, not knowing how to escape something can cause you to have serious security flaws. So this is the first time you're hearing me talk about escaping, and I just want you to, put a thumbtack in and an exclamation point. Make sure I know how to escape in any language I'm using, because if you don't, you're going to get a really bad surprise one day. So there we go. Well, that one's been escaped, and you're all good to go there. Okay, what do we got? Questions? Yep. That and the complete end of Flash Player, at least as far as I know, yes. Why did they do that? The escaping? Oh, the SATA dumps. Yeah, data dumps. Why didn't they just do the slash? I believe, deflare, it was because it just wasn't enough, because there's too many other uses for the slash and the backslash. Yeah, so deflare is talking about another way to escape, which is really common. So like, for example, if up on the command line here, right? So if I want to list something that has an exclamation point in it, so for example, something, right? Let me do it on the screen. So I have a command, which Linux allows, that's called question mark. And I mean, that's unusual, right? That is actually a file name. Technically it's an alias, a type alias for the file. My point is that when I want to look for something like that, let's say I wanted to look for what is 42 question mark, right? Well, that I can't do that. Why? Because question mark has special meaning to the shell. I'm giving you a quick example, since deflare asked or mentioned it, about how you escape in another language. So in this case, for me to make sure that question mark is considered part of the string of data, I can just do this, and now it will actually search for the question mark. In fact, if I wanted to just search for a question mark, I could just do this. If I don't do that, it'll think it has special meaning to the shell, and it'll do some other funny things. So there we go, the question mark. So that is an example of backslash escaping. That's a backslash, by the way, not a forward slash. And we're going to encounter that a lot as we go. So that's worth mentioning since it came up. All right, so here we go. The next topic is about escaping, misinterpreted by code. I think I covered all of that. There are two ways to refer to something, and I just mentioned that. You have named entity, which I showed you, and then numeric entities, which use numeric values in decimal or hexadecimal format. And they do begin with ampersand and with a semicolon. I don't know if you want to go through decimal and hexadecimal right now, but I believe since this is the first time it was mentioned, I am inclined to show it to you right now. First, let's see what they show you, and then we'll decide whether we want to go down that rabbit hole. I notice it happens a lot. There's a lot of books out there that will just randomly mention hexadecimal, decimal, and octal and just move along, and they don't even really tell you what that means, and that's always annoyed me. So yeah, I'll talk about that. Here's an example. So that's the example I just kind of showed you guys. When to escape characters. Here, we have the question marks, quotes. Here's all the ones we need to escape. These are the main ones, by the way. And here's an example. This is good. So here's an example of decimal notation, and here's an example of hexadecimal notation. Notice the X here. That means it's going to be, it's gonna be counting in hexadecimal, which we'll do in a bit. Invisibility or ambiguous characters. So I have a feeling that she's going to go through all of them, all the different entities, and if so, that's fine, but I want to stop right now and talk about hexadecimal and decimal really quick with you before we do that. All right, so this is, we'll do this really quick. I actually have a web page on this. I can just send it to you. So actually, I'm gonna go see if I can find it. I got my search engine back up a little bit too. I'm kind of happy about that. There we go. So if you go to rdbx.gg/what/base, that'll give you this rundown on what this is. It's actually more fun when you do this. So I'm going to actually run it through you first. So I'm going to help you. All right. So I'm going to hide them. It's more fun when you do it this way because you'll learn it better. So think of when I'm doing this with kids, I always tell them, it's like, imagine if you were in competition with a computer and an alien, and you had two aliens. You had one alien who has like 4 fingers on each hand. You have another alien who's got 16 fingers. And then you've got you who's got 10 fingers, digits, by the way, right? And then you have a computer that only has 2 fingers. How would you count? So that's what bases are, if you don't know. And you can fast forward this conversation about bases if you know what they are, but a lot of people don't know. They've been through math and they never actually figure out what a base is. When someone says something says base 2, what they mean is that the numbering system has 2 digits in it. And it means, and in the case of a binary, the digits are 0 and 1, right? If someone says it's a base 8 system, that means there's 8 digits. And if you're using the Arabic numeral system like us, that would be 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I mean 8. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 actually. 8 wouldn't count, right? Because 0 is one of them. And then hexadecimal means you have 16 of these things. And so you start 0 through 9, and then you run out. Well, we don't have any more numbers in the Arabic numeric system, so we have to improvise and we use letters instead. A, B, C, D, E, F. And so that makes 16 total digits. So we can keep counting. Well, why is that important? And by the way, there's other systems. There's one called base 64, which creates a whole series of 64 digits. And so you can count all the way up to 64 without moving any more than one space, without using more than one space. And base 64 is very commonly used for encoding binary data. So it will take otherwise unreadable binary data and turn it into a bunch of letters and numbers and symbols, ASCII actually. And then you can convert that back to binary data without any loss at all, because it's just taken a bunch of zeros and ones, binary data, and base 2 data, right? And converted it into base 64, and it allows it to be represented much easier than if it were written as binary. Can you imagine how long it would be if it was written as binary? So think of, it becomes really apparent here. It's kind of fun actually, because this is why you understand why encodings are so important, because it allows you to save space in representing the underlying data. So if I'm counting off with my friends, we're having a counting contest, we're all the same at 0. Everybody has the same digit. And then what? Say we got 1. Oh, hey, look, we're all still the same. All of us are on the same, right? And you have 2. All right, well, immediately the binary guy or person or computer runs out of digits. So what happens when you run out of a digit? And this is the part people miss about bases all the time. It's not that hard. When you use up all your digits, you start over and you increment the digit next to it, right? So this looks like 10. It's not 10, right? It's 2. And there's a really popular joke out there. There are 1-0 types of people in the world, those who understand binary and those who don't. Get it? So now you know the joke. Because why? Because it's got a 1 and a 0 in it. In an octal situation, okay, I still have digits, right? I have 8 digits in octal, 0 through 7. So I still have a 2. Hexadecimal, I got 16, so I'm really good. Then what? We'll go down to the next one. Anybody want to know what it is? So this is going to be 3, right? But what's the binary going to be? 1, 1, right? Why? Because we're starting over again. Now, here's where I lose people, too. This next one, 4. Okay, this 1, 1 here, I have maxed out both of my digits. So if I max out my digits in decimal, say I have 9 or 99, what's the next number? It's 100, right? Because I have to toggle this one over here. So then we're going to toggle it, and then we go to 100. And we have 4. We still have plenty of room there. What's the next one after this? Binary. Well, we got all these. We got these 2 brand new, zeros here, so I can toggle this in the 1 spot, right? So I have 101, and now I'm out of that, so I can toggle it again and start over 110, and then I go up 1 1, and then 1 0 0 0 0. So there you go. There's your 8, right? But wait, this is wrong. Oh no, it's not. That's right. Yeah. See, look at this. I ran out of digits, right? In the octal system, I ran out of digits when I got to 7. So now that's a 10. I'm like, what? Right? So it's really important you know what base you're using, because 10, the 1 0 could represent any number of different numbers, actual numbers, right? Depending on what you're doing. So here we go. So hexadecimal, we ran out of digits in Arabic, in our Arabic numeral system. So we had to get an A. And then you'll see this a lot in colors. We already saw it once, but I want to just remind you. So let me keep going. And you can see if you want to, you can go buy yourself a binary clock and try to practice reading that. It's kind of fun. But now you know how to do it. And again, that goes off. There's your 10 types of people in the world. There are binary converters out there. You can write messages in binary, but let's touch on so look at this. This is a 10, right? So 16 people, right? 16. So the number 16 is a 1 and 0. Imagine if you had 64 of these, right? How many digits would you burn up? How many next to each other? How many digits would you burn up in a 64, in a base 64 system to represent it in binary, right? It would be half of that. So it would be 32 individual 1s and 0s next to each other compared to 1 base 64 digit. Which one do you want to send your friend an email? You don't want to send all those 1s and 0s, right? So you want an encoding that cramps it all the way down. And there are encodings that are even more than that are, bases in the hundreds and stuff, because they want to communicate a lot of data in a very short, string, of text characters. I love covering that. I think it's always fun to go into that. A lot of people don't understand it, so I thought just go through it really quickly. What we got here? Old school web dev. Yeah. Let's see if I missed anything. Why did they? Yeah, got all those things. All right. Yeah, the prefixes. Okay, that's good. Let's talk about the prefixes. So, traditionally the prefixes for octal are a 0. And so a 0 will be right in front. Actually, an O. It's a capital O. Sorry. Decimal is just its own thing. Sometimes it's a 0. Hexadecimal is an X. And let's see. Base 64 doesn't have one. Hexadecimal sometimes is 0x. And another one that's popular these days is Unicode, and that'll usually be a capital U with a plus followed by it. And Unicode is hexadecimal, but it's indicating that it is hexadecimal in the context of Unicode. And we'll see some of that as we go. So I think we're ready to go on and look at some of these. All right. How we doing? All right. So here we go. Whoops. New messages. All right. So there you go. You got that. Okay. So invisible or ambiguous characters, NBSP. non-breaking space. So if you want a space between two things, but you don't ever want it to wrap there, that's what NBSP is, right? And this is pretty common to put this in there. Some editors will have a way for you to hold a hotkey and make an NBSP, but sometimes it's just easier to type it in there. It is kind of ugly though. I personally don't use NBSPs because I don't think they're responsive. So let's say we had Jennifer Robbins' name, right? And I am going to shrink that page down to an Apple Watch size or something. I want, even if it's a name, I still want the name to wrap. And if you put that between there, it won't wrap. It won't wrap. So it'll just go off the screen. And I almost never use them. But I guess there's some places to use them. So these are other entities that I just don't ever use. I just don't find them practical at all. You can make a special type of longer space, 0-width spaces. I just don't ever use them. If you want to use them, that's fine, but I don't. But now you know the numbers, right? So here's your decimal number and here's your hexadecimal number version of it. And you can see those there. Input limitations. If your keyboard editor software, you can always use the character entity to make sure you get the character you want. Yeah. And that goes for emojis too. I don't know if she covers emojis. I don't think she does, but, by the way, emojis, as long as you do the meta tag while we're on this. So let me show you. When you do, oh boy, sorry. When you do emojis, you can put an emoji directly in here. You just have to make sure that your char set is in your meta tag. So since we talked about it, right? You can, whatever your system has for emojis, everybody's is different. I happen to have an emoji picker app on here. So if I wanted to make, I don't know, like, do they have penguins? Let's go see if they have a penguin. There's a penguin. All right, so copy to clipboard, paste. I got my penguin there. And thankfully my terminal covers it. Notice how emojis are 2 character widths. That's like, it can get kind of weird when you're dealing with text terminals, but so you don't ever have to be afraid of emojis if you have char set equals UTF-8, no matter what. That will force it to use UTF-8, even if your web server is not configured to do that, which Nginx is not by default, by the way, if you know what I'm talking about. So that's a thing. All right. It's kind of fun. Emojis are fun. I love them. I do love them. Common ones are copyright and register marks. That's true too. Good point, Elsie. Although, so she's talking about using copyright on here. Let's use Minix. So you could do this. You could do, you could do trademark too, right? Isn't that trade? I can't remember. I think trade is trade. Copy. Yeah, there's a couple of them. But here's the thing. I see this more and more. You know why? More and more I see people using the emoji instead, because emojis are supported everywhere, including print. So you're starting to see fewer people use entities at all, and they're starting to use emojis for this stuff. I see it constantly. Not only that, but it works. Emojis work even in any text. So you don't have to have HTML escape support to use them. In fact, I think entities are kind of on the way out. To tell you the truth, I do. Because why? Because I can cut and paste this. Now this is a weird one, right? I can cut and paste this one. This is a good case of where it's just with the terminal, it just messes up, right? Maybe that would be a reason you'd still want to use the old school emojis. I mean, the other one, but there are emoji figures for pretty much everything now. And, that's something to consider. I can copy and paste from the website with that, and I can put it into something else. And it also, if the source material for this was Markdown, and I didn't want to use HTML entities because I didn't want to make my code, my knowledge dependent on HTML entities, which is why I use Pandoc, because I might want to publish a book or something, and I don't care about HTML entities. I want to do it, as a PDF or something. Then I'm going with an emoji option every time, because I don't want to have that problem. But so I don't know. I don't know how much life entities have in them going forward, but it's worth mentioning. Right. Yeah, you can use emoji. Yep. Hi, folks. Hey, Greg. And it was just emoji letters. Sup, copy. See, here's another reason to use an emoji. Like, Elsie can actually paste an emoji in here if she want, or anyone can post their emoji right in here, right? So that's the part supported in all of our chat, and look, the HTML entity system was invented before Unicode existed, so it's made for a time when a little bit more than ASCII was supported, just basic, text and stuff. And so you're starting to see that. Craig's got the poop on going on. See, there's no at poop, I mean, this is what I'm saying. There's no, it just don't, it just doesn't exist. So I don't know. If I had to choose between emojis and these copyright symbols, look, there's even this. Actually, this isn't even an emoji, by the way. This one here is the actual ASCII copyright character. See this here? You can use that, right? And it's easy enough to make. The reason that these entities had to exist is because once upon a time, you could not use UTF-8 text files at all. The text files used were limited. And so you had to come up with this complicated entity naming scheme in order to put things in there. But those days are gone, man. I mean, long gone. We've left that. So I'm going to go out on a limb here. I'm going to say it's actually a bad idea to use entities where a plain old character would have worked, because the characters you use persist for all possible target outputs, including PDF and LaTeX and anything you might want to publish with, as well as HTML. So if you start filling up your knowledge source, your paragraphs and everything with a bunch of entities unnecessarily, I see this all the time. People will cut and paste, and they'll end up with a bunch of entities in there, and they'll have to go edit them out. I just don't like it. So there, I think this is outdated information, to tell you the truth. I do. Look, I can print a TM. You'll find me doing this all the time. I'll actually go on the internet and search for a TM and put it in my site. It's like, hey, created, wait, where's Linux? Linux, and we'll just paste. Oh, got the copyright. Uh-oh, that just got the TM. I'm going to get my emoji. Where's my emoji? TM. Trademark sign. I don't even think this is the best trademark sign, to tell you the truth. I think there's another one. Or you could just do it as a sub. That's another thing too. People use sup and subscript and superscript. Just use the TM thing that's already a superscript. I don't know why people do that. So anyway, I have a keyword for it, but I don't remember right now. Yeah, I had at one point I had a hotkey set for it because I type it so much. So that's kind of more of the approach I would go with these days. Anyway, and you're not going to get in trouble for that. No one's going to get mad at you because it's all UTF-8, and every single terminal supports UTF-8 now. Before Microsoft came out with its latest terminal, which has been out for over a year now, there might be, random complaints from Microsoft developers saying, hey, my ancient terminal can't display your emojis, so I can't edit your source code from whatever command editor that they use. But those days are gone. Long gone. So nobody, people use text-based editors all the time, and stuff. Okay, so what about accessibilities and emojis? That's a good question. I don't know. I mean, well, no, I know. I actually know the answer to this because I just looked it up. So every emoji has an English equivalent. Yeah, you want to see? I actually just made this recently. So I made a conversion tool for my pagan notation. This isn't too big of a rabbit hole. And it was actually, I think it's in the spec. Yeah. Okay, so I wrote this script. So this is a shell script that downloads, this is not beginner stuff, but this is a shell script that downloads the Unicode standard file. So all of Unicode, since we're talking about it, entities in Unicode conversation kind of go together, and I don't believe Jen talks about Unicode. I don't remember anyway. I don't remember talking about Unicode anywhere else, so I'm going to go ahead and talk about it right now. So Unicode, I'm going to try to be as simple as I can in my explanation about this. It's a pretty complicated thing, but this is, you asked the question about, is it accessible? And the answer is yes, because every Unicode character in here has a name. And here's the name, and this is the name that the reader will read to you. And I know this is for a fact because I've used this with, if you've ever used like a text to voice kind of conversion, when it comes to an emoji, it'll say whatever this is. It'll say %, ampersand. It'll say it. So, and this was part of the standard. They specified, English language words for every single symbol that's ever been approved in the emoji standard. And in case you're wondering how many of them there are 33,797 as of Unicode version 15, which is what this is. Actually, no, this is 13, I think. 13.0. 15.0 just came out. So the Unicode standard is a standard for all of these characters, and it includes the ASCII character set, and which I actually broke those all down in here. So if there's and then every single Unicode character is a member of a class, it's called. So you have letters, you have uppercase letters, you have punctuation and all this stuff, and that's what I was doing here, is breaking up all the classes and everything for use in a language that I'm writing called Pagan. And so I want to show you this again. So here's the data. So remember that binary stuff we were talking about? So if you have 8 zeros of binary data, that represents this, whatever this is, right? If you have, if you have, 7 zeros, and it's an int32. So, well, more or less, and then you have 1 bit, it would be this, etc. So these numbers go up. You see how these numbers, what base is this? Can you see? It's base 32, right? I mean, base 16. It's hexadecimal, hexa 6 decimal 10. So, and actually, I'm kind of proud of it, actually. I did a conversion to decimal so that I could sort it. And the shell for that. So this is just for our advanced people that might be watching. Let me show you something really fun, and then I'll be back to the beginners. Just 1 second. So the conversion for that, by the way, which I learned about last week, which I did not know about, and it's a shell thing, is this. This is all you have to do in Bash. You have to indicate you have to indicate the base, and then you pass it the number or the string that you parsed out, and it will convert it into the decimal and output the decimal. Pretty damn cool. It's so cool. I had no idea that existed. That's a Bash thing. It's very much a Bash thing. So this is, in case you're wondering, this is Bash scripting. It's really fun. I really love it. At some point, we'll talk about it when we do Pandoc, because you have to write a minimal script to run Pandoc, so it builds your site for you. But we'll get to that later. All right. So the poop emoji. Hey, there's the butterfly emoji. Yay. Like the shards for font awesome instead of words. Yes, that's a different thing, actually. The font awesome shards are a little bit different. I'm glad, Fairy, yes. I'm glad you brought that up. So font awesome. So LC is referring to a site you can go on called Font Awesome that and we'll get to that when we do styles, that will allow you to pick pictures, ideograms, I believe they're called, and put them in a font. So instead of getting the letter A, or in addition to the letter A, there's a picture there instead. It's really important that you not confuse emojis with custom fonts. They're not the same thing. Custom fonts are used to render emojis. You saw how all the emojis said, okay, this is the poop, whatever the number is supposed to be poop or fairy or something. And so fairy is there, and it tells you what number it should be. And then the font says, this is how you show fairy. And that's why when you go to like Emojipedia, you guys ever been there? I live on it. I love it. I don't know why. You go to Emojipedia and you look up like, let's look up the fairy. So there's fairy, right? Hey, there's a man fairy and a woman fairy. And this shows you the drawing that is used as a font character. In this case, emojis are almost always double wide, sort of, they're 2 character width. And this is a picture that has been placed in place of that as a letter. So if you were to be able to type that emoji, you can't usually, but if you were able to type that emoji from your keyboard, you would get the picture, and that the font that you're using usually, always actually defines what kind of picture you get that goes with it. And obviously not all fonts support all emojis. So you have to get fonts that support new ones, like the entire Klingon language from Star Trek has to have a specific font. But if you have you've got all of those things there you can use. But I think it's important that you know that when you use an emoji, you might get radically different pictures depending on what you're doing. So one of the worst ones, by the way, is calendar, because everybody, a calendar or time, they all want to do their own funny thing with it. So, so if you have a calendar, yeah, July announced calendar emoji day. Here we go. So this is July 17th, July 17th. WhatsApp says February 24th, May 14th, July 17th, 12th. They all have different things. And there's a couple of them where they're really, really different. And that's why I like Emojipedia, because you can see how it's going to look on every system. Emoji started in Japan for corporate logos. What? Oh, that's so cool. I did not know that. So yeah, I mean, it's worth talking about. I'm glad we talked about it. We can move on now, but, so entities versus emojis. Emojis are safe for accessibility because there are words that go with them, and you should use them. Plus, you're almost never going to do ls and write quotes like this, because you're usually always going to use a tool that does smart quotes. And if you don't, you're going to be working way too hard. So we'll talk about that with Pandoc when we get to it. But normally you don't have to mess with that stuff. In fact, all of entities are largely not a thing anymore, but occasionally you'll run into them. So now you know what they are. Putting it all together. Okay, so we're wrapping up this part. They're making the page here. We already did a lot of this stuff. So they put a date time around this. I showed you the usefulness of these things and how 9.01% of the index for used web stuff is using these. So I don't feel like it's worth our time to go through and put all of these together on our page right now. If you want to, that's fine. If you want to go add them in, they exist. I think it's more important that you know that they exist, because you're not going to memorize them. I mean, you probably should, but I don't know. If you were in a college course right now, they were probably, if they were going by this book, which God help you if they are, I mean, because the people that are teaching you this straight up from the book, almost all of them are going to test you on every single thing in there, and they're not going to bother to show you the index that shows how frequently used all those things are, nor would they dismiss ABBR and some of the other more esoteric elements that aren't even used. But you can make that decision for yourself. You're your own boss. You're going to be doing your own assessment. So there you go. Start the doc type. If you want to follow that exercise, you can. We're going to skip right over it, though, because I want to keep moving on this. I really want to get to Pandoc because I really feel like that's the modern way to do knowledge management and development. And that's really sufficient for most of what you're going to be doing. The primary goal, by the way, for as a beginner in a beginner boost to learn HTML is to know how to tweak existing HTML and to understand HTML that's rendered from Markdown. 9 times out of 10, you're not going to be writing HTML straight up. You're going to be tweaking some template you got from somebody or something as a beginner. Now, if you go on and decide to do this as a career, like I sense some of you have in here, then yeah, you might need to go look this stuff up and memorize it more. All right. Want more practice? Yeah, just go make a thing, right? What's the difference between a block quote and a queue? I don't know. How about the queue is never once used in 11.7 million pages? that would not be the right answer here. We saw block quote is constantly used. Queue didn't get one hit. 11.7 million pages. Not a single one used a queue element. This is why I do bad on tests. Because I can't dismiss the... Anyway, I'm kind of like... My green screen's freaking out today on me. I just noticed. Oh, well. So, what we got? Element review. So now they want you to review all these elements. The global attributes apply to all text elements. Page sections. You know, fine. If you want to study all these, okay, this is a good time for me to remind you of the actual list that you care about, which is taken from what is being used in the wild. It's called advancedwebranking.com and /HTML. And this will tell you what is actually being used and therefore what you probably should understand. And this breaks it all down. So I would use this list more than I would use the list from the book. The book is nice and it organizes it well, but it also covers, I mean, data is not covered once. I mean, it's like down here, it's got a complete blank. Data as an attribute is used all the time. Bidirectional, not used. BDI was though. So again, know what they are one time, and then the ones you should memorize are the ones that are on this page that are getting used all the time. Okay. Because there's a lot of them. You're not going to memorize them all. And so today I learned, or not today, but during this, I learned that the DD, DT, DL, and DT are actually used more than I thought. So it's worth knowing those, even though I haven't encountered them in the wild myself. Ruby is not used at all. Not, at least not in the top Google hits pages. So maybe if that's in Ruby and RP, and some of these are international, they're probably used a lot more in Asian countries. So just, know your target audience. So yeah, so we're on to a new chapter. I'm going to take a quick break, read some comments here, and I'm going to take a break. We'll come right back and do adding links, which is not hard at all. That's so cool though that emoji started as in Japan for a corporate logo. I think that's so cool. Now think of it. I mean, now people are getting there's like a big to do. It's almost like an IPO announcement when somebody gets an emoji approved. The minimum required set for Hangul Korean font is around 11,000. The number of theoretical possible modern Hangul syllables. Wow. How's it going? Moshi Moji? Staggers into the room. Like drinking leftovers. So I think this is funny because seriously, so one of the things about Unicode, by the way, if you want to really have fun with this, go just study Wikipedia Unicode code planes and look at all of the languages that have been fully rendered and implemented in Unicode, because there's hundreds of thousands of, there's not millions, I'm pretty sure it's still in the hundreds of thousands of possible Unicode code planes. And so all of Tolkien's like Elvish is in there, and like the runic language from Dune, and there's just like everything in there, and they've organized it so that this all got triggered by languages like Kanji and Imagine Korean because it takes so much space, and they had to deal with this consistently with a different font and all that. You know, Dingbats wasn't covering it anymore, or whatever, Wingbats and Dingbats, which I think is really cool. I'm gonna leave the chat up, and I'm gonna go ahead and turn this down. I'm gonna take 5-10 minute break, and I'll be back. And when we come back, we'll keep working through, and we'll be working on just adding links. These are all really basic things. I imagine they'll go pretty quickly, and we can we can do that. All right. All right. Let's do this. Adding links. Well, links are more specifically called hyperlinks. And what's a hyperlink? A hyperlink is you're clicking on something and jumping to something else. And you can think of Star Wars, like hyperspace. And this was a big deal. It's a little bit of a rabbit hole, but I wonder if there's anything on the web that we can go back to retroactively and look at this, because it was quite a thing. Retro, WYSIWYG, hyperlinks. I mean, if I remember right, hyperlinking was a really big deal. When it was first invented, it made all kinds of waves, and I think it might have even gotten an award, because the whole idea was that you would just click on one thing and it would take you to something else. And to get you a sense of that, I've talked about this before, but I'm going to go back. So go for browser, or the go for client, I guess. So this is how we used the internet before. We used the thing called Gopher, and you could just move your arrow down and pick things. And here's a really good. This is a Gopher client for there's a Mac version of it. And again, it was just a big file system, right? And as you kind of linked on it, you would click on a thing and it would open it up and show you the stuff in there. But it wasn't until Mosaic came along that we had hyperlinking. And that's when you get this. That's the first time we got to be able to click on National Center for University or whatever, and it would go there. And the colors were set. You couldn't change them. There was no underlining, so it wasn't very accessible to the colorblind and stuff. But that was it. That was all you got. And this is interesting. I haven't seen this before. Graphic color, right. The Gophers can make a comeback, by the way. Interesting. Yeah, these are. I'm not seeing this. The Mac view of it. There's a Mac Gopher client too. Anyway, so that's what a hyperlink is. Hyperlink is the clicking on stuff, links, and you use an anchor tag for this. So anchor has two purposes. One of them is to indicate a spot in the text to link to. So say you want to go to a web page, but you want to link right into that paragraph. That's one of the links of anchors. It's not very common, but it is common enough to mention it. And how to put something around to link out to something. So here we go. You've seen this before. The hardest thing to remember about anchors is href. I always confuse href and src, which is what's used for images. They both have a URL, and one of them is usually local, but the href is a link. It's a reference, it's a hyper reference to another file. And of course it would have an S here these days. And you have to wrap around. The thing that people forget all the time, by the way, is to put this here, right? They forget to put this closing thing here. And then what? The entire text, all the paragraph is all one big, huge link. And you'll probably do that once or twice while you're playing around with this. Notice that anything inside of the anchor will be linked, including an image. And just one of the few cases where you do not want a space here. If you put a space here, that little space will put a little blue underline. If you don't deal with it with CSS, you'll put a little blue underline around or next to your image that you're click on. That is a big old link. And you can change, of course, everything about the appearance of links in your site. And there's lots of different ways that people do that. When you do that, though, be really careful that you don't do something that people can't see. It's very common for people to just make subtle changes in color that are completely invisible. And I don't mind making a plug for my favorite way of doing that, which is, you got to know styles for this, but as we get into it, so if we go to RWX, did I do it on this one? I think I did. So If you go to the FAQ here, I don't know if I have any links here. We'll see. So there we go. So I have a thing. So if I have links, it automatically puts, these are actually actual angle brackets. These are French angle brackets that puts around anything that it's a link. And I have a little bit of a diagram of an animation going on, but this means no matter what, you know, that's an external link. If I have an underscore, I mean, if I have a line under it, then you know it's a local link. And it looks like I only have external links on this page. Yeah. Groovebox, vimrc file. Yeah, these are all external links. Yep. But if I had an internal link, it would show up here. I'm trying to find, these are all external. I don't see one. You'll find one if you look far enough. Eventually you'll come across one. I have some on rwx.gg. I don't know how updated they are though. Let me go check. Yeah, there we go. So this is really important. And there are lots of sites that don't do this. Big sites actually. And there's no visual indication of the link at all. Now I know it can be annoying when you have a lot of links in there and your whole paragraph is an entire link, huh? But I still think you need a visual indicator personally. But that's a point of stylistic debate. It's up to you. I just want to show you that particular thing. Any other thoughts on that? 24 letters in the Korean alphabet. Wow. That is amazing. Holy cow. That's amazing, Liquid Media. Jim, how do you even do that? That is insane. I've been actually human beings and not librarians. Might have had an actual link system. Yeah. It might have. I mean, it would have been fun. I remember people taking bets to see what was going to win, HTTP or Gopher. I don't know. So there you go. Links are pretty boring, but just know you have to put that around there to make it so you can click on it. Do you need the HTTP? Yes, if it's an external reference. Do you need the quotes? Yes, you should do that. And what if you want to link to something that is not far away? It's at the same place. We're going to talk about that. I'm pretty sure she talks about, we're going to talk about local reference links, rooted local links, and external links, which is what these are. These are links that go off site and they link to another web page completely. So here we go, O'Reilly.com. href is just hypertext reference. Now here we go. So absolutely URLs. So a URL, Universal Resource Locator, has the schema in it, HTTP usually, and that says I want to go off of this site or page or app and go to this other thing. Relatives are relative to the current location. Now there's something I like to call rooted relatives, and we'll talk about that in a second. But so this says look in the same exact folder or directory that I'm in right now, that this web page is in, and see if there's another folder called recipes. And if there is, go into that and get index.html. Now I'm going to give you a secret here. 9 times out of 10, you don't have to put index.html. In fact, I'd recommend against it, because when people hover over it, they're going to see index.html. They're going to think that's what they're going to copy and put in their notes and stuff. And it's just annoying when they could have just put recipes. So instead of rdbx.gg/recipes, they'll get rdbx.gg/recipes/index.html unnecessarily. I'm not a fan of specifically indicating the file itself. And there are services that will chop.html for you and stuff like that, but everything will use whatever the default is, in which case this link would be recipes/. And the end slash is important because that will keep your web browser from making 2 requests. One will say, hey, do you have a directory? Name this. And the second one will be, oh, you do. Can I have the index.html page? Instead, it'll say, I know you got one of these directories and I want the index.html page, without typing it in one request. So receipts/. There is one other method. Let's talk about this first, and I'll talk about the other one. So there you go. There's your ref. And you got this big long URL, and this is called the query string, which we'll talk about later. And there's the text that gets the clickable thing, and then the closing tag, always the closing tag. I talked about external links. You can put them inside of lists items if you want to. So that's all good. Be careful with an external link because it might go away, right? So, and that's the thing. Please disregard any of the advice, the bad advice from search engine optimization experts who claim to tell you that if you want to increase your ranking on Google, that you should not link to other resources, because the more inbound links you have, the more authority you have, and therefore the higher rank you have. Don't fall prey to that thinking, please. Just don't. It might reduce your rank on Google search, fine. It's not worth sacrificing the very purpose of the internet in the first place, which is to encourage exchange and interchange of information and cross-linking and stuff like that. And it's one of the worst things that Google has done to our internet is it's encouraged people to not use the internet as it was intended, the World Wide Web as it was intended, which is to, promote critical thinking and comparison and linking to other resources. If you're in the business and you don't want to link to your competitors, I get it, but still, make yourself above that and link to other things and help people make good decisions instead of trying to trap them in your site. Linking within your own site. So here's where she talks about that. So you don't put HTTP in front. You just put the word of where you're going to go get. And that's usually the name of a folder. There you go. So here's a good breakdown of it. Now, I actually don't like how she organizes her site, and I'm going to strongly recommend against using this organization. But there are lots of professionals who disagree with my opinion on this. And I'm going to make the case for why I think this is a bad idea. 9 times out of 10, when you have a different topic, a different page, right? So say you had, this is the main page, and then you have an about page, right? When you want to have that separation of URLs, you want to have, Jen's Kitchen in this case, whatever, slash, and then slash about. Most of the time you want to have a cleaner separation by putting them all into an individual folder of their own. So in this case, you would correct this by having this be an about folder with an index.html page in it. And I'm going to just hear me out. So, and then here, this would be index.html, of course. Having an images or an assets directory folder for the whole site is a very common thing. But having recipes like this and having multiple recipes inside of the recipes directory, first of all, you're not going to be doing that. You're going to be doing that as structured data, and you're going to pull that down out of a JSON file or something. So you're not even going to really do this. This is a really bad example, actually, because this is making the website into a database, and that's really bad architecture. You should not do that. You should put your data in a structured data format of some kind, YAML or JSON, and then you should render a view of it or something. I mean, this would be fine if this is rendered from other structured data. So maybe that's what the idea is here. I know that you don't know what that means, but when we start talking about Pandoc, you'll see what I mean. But the bottom line is, for every knowledge node, for every bit of knowledge that you kind of want to make its own thing, make a folder for it. And I know it's controversial to say this for some people, but you'll love it in the end, because here's why. The most important reason for this is because you don't want to break links. So if you start out with a sustainable model for how you lay out your folders and stuff, I fight with this problem all the time in my knowledge bases. When people go to link to that page and maybe your site gets really popular, in this case, let's say the salmon recipe gets really popular, right? I'll give you a very specific case. Let's say the salmon recipe gets really popular in this case. And tons of people are linking to it on Twitter and all over the place. And you're like, great. And then you realize, that you want to change it somehow, or you want to provide a picture of salmon or different types of salmon, or maybe you want to make like an image as a graph or an SVG, or maybe I don't know, maybe you want a CVS, maybe you want a JSON file that contains, the ingredients. In any one of those cases, you now have extra files that have to go in here somewhere. Where do they go? Where do you put them? I'm asking, where do you put them? Where would you put the picture of the salmon? You put it in here? That doesn't make sense. It's only related to the salmon. What happens when you have that extra, salmon.json file or something that goes with it? Can you put it there? It doesn't make any sense to go there. Had you made a folder in the first place and taken that little bit of extra effort, and then you gave out people that link to /recipes/salmon, you could put your salmon picture in there. You can put your salmon CSV spreadsheet or whatever you want. My point is that you've already pre-allocated a sustainable place to put all of your assets for that thing. You've thought about this architecture modularly instead of this massive composite which can't move. And God help you if somebody is actually linked to salmon.html. Because now you have a directory that's called salmon, and unless you have a really intelligent web server that can take care of that for you, most can, you're in trouble. So save yourself all of that hassle. And when you have to make a division, do one directory, one folder per page. I'm telling you, you'll be a happier person at the end of the day, particularly if you're a knowledge worker who has lots and lots of data. And that goes for generated websites versus I'm making it my own. You'll benefit from, at first it's gonna feel like overkill. I have one directory and one file called index.html. So what? Nobody's died today. And you've just given a link to everybody that has a slash in it, or not a slash at the end, right? So the link I would have given is recipe/salmon. And that recipe, that URL is eternal. It never is going to change, right? The other way if you gave it about, if you had a server that could do it, they would still be the same URL, recipes salmon. They could drop the .html for some web servers. But the problem is that now you've got assets all over the place. Okay, and then what if you want to do the same thing for tamponade? Now you've got, where do you put the pictures? So you end up with pictures of salmon and all this other crap, and it's all in the same place, and it gets really messy really fast. So give all of your pages their own folder, their own directory, and their own index.html file. Name it index.html. Don't mess with the default. Just name it index.html. And by the way, when we get to the time when we're starting to do pandoc generated sites, we're going to see that by adding an all caps readme.lowercase-md file, a markdown file that generates the index file, now we have a consistent way to build your whole site so that it doesn't even need HTML. And if you want to build it into a book or a PDF, you're ready. But you're not ready if you don't make a single folder or directory for everything. None of that is covered in the book. And I'm just putting that out there. I strongly encourage you to do that, mostly through experience. So I actually don't really like this layout that she's done here, but because she doesn't show you. I mean, if she had forced herself to do this example by having pictures for any one of these individual images, then she would have been forced to answer the question, well, where do those pictures go? The only reference to any kind of images in this entire example are these two global images which appear for the whole site. If this about page had maybe, I don't know, a picture of Jen, right? Where would it go? Well, that I might probably would have put in images because I could probably pull it up anywhere, right? But if I put a picture of a salmon, it doesn't make sense. What if I have a picture of tamponade? Obviously, you want to have pictures of the finished product. Where do they go? There's no place to put them. You're going to put them all in here? Bad idea. I don't like that idea. So, there are some arguments against this. One of them is if you're going to compress your images and all that and compile your whole site, no, don't buy it. I think it's more important to keep everything modular, not to mention the fact that if you want to move, if you want to, look, pasta, right? So let's say you have a pasta subdirectory. Let's say you decide this recipe is no longer a top level recipe. It needs to go someplace else. Well, if you've got all those pictures in there and you got salmon, then you got to decide what gets put over there. But if it's a folder, you just drag that folder into the other folder. You're done. Or you use the move command. So one folder, one directory per page. And the best way to know whether you're doing this right or not is never name an HTML page anything but index.html. If you follow that one suggestion, you'll always do the right thing because it will force you to make a new directory every time. It also makes it easier for you to script and all kinds of other things. All right, enough on that. Let me read what the peanut gallery has to say. Are you learning web design in terms of programming or web design in terms of actual practicing design of websites, which is not exclusive to the programming part? There's so much more to this. Yes. Well, right. We're going through the book, OmniBoy. Oh man, I want some caramel now. Darn you, Jen. Tech words. What's more correct word? Directory or folder? Directory is the actual name. Folder is a word that came from Mac. I say them both all at the same time. I don't like the word folder, but people know it better. Yeah, it's actually directory. It's a directory in the sense of you're looking up. I mean, if you know how they work under the hood, it's a bunch of inodes that are in a file system directory, literally, that are in like a lookup table as if it were like the yellow pages. And so that's why it's called a directory. So, but the since Mac invented the folder as a sort of mnemonic for what this thing is, files and folders, people have used the folder word all the time. The main difference is that a folder is a logical concept that does not necessarily map to a physical directory. Right. A directory is a file system object. A folder is a GUI object. Yeah, that's great. That's a really, really great. Remember the briefcase. I do remember the briefcase. I remember. Oh my gosh. That's a long time ago. Where did the pasta pics go? Let's go back. So where would the pasta pics go? If you have couscous and linguine, this really should be a couscous folder, directory, whatever, with index.html, and then the couscous pictures go in that. The linguine should really be a linguine folder with an index.html in that, and then you put a linguine picture in there. So again, I'm going to redo this. Obviously, I'm going to make a new one. I don't like this example at all because for all the reasons I just told you, and you can make your own conclusion. Maybe that's not a big deal to you. That's fine. You're the boss of you. I just feel like that's the thing. This note here is probably worth mentioning. Don't start it with file : //. Even though you can open up a file with your web browser locally like that, don't ever link to that because it'll break things big time. I have a funny story about that later when we talk about domain names. Somebody actually released a site and gave out the URL to http://localhost as the official site because they did not know, the developer did not know that was only on their local computer. True story. Yep. That's how I know that there's a job out there for you, because if somebody was paid to do that, I'm sure somebody will pay you to be a better developer. Actually happened. Yeah. True story. I know. It's like, it was like a big SEC release or something. I can't remember. Probably worth looking up. Couscous is not pasta. There you go. Well, you're kind of making my point, LCs, right? So maybe couscous needs to be recategorized. Well, if all the pictures and all the sub files and everything are all over the place, where are you going to put it? If it's all in a folder, you just drag that file folder into whatever new category you need, right? Or better yet, make all of that stuff auto-generated. So anyway, I struggle with this particular question about organization all the time on rwx.gg. If you go look at the source code for that, you can see that thank God, Nginx lets you use aliases. So you can say, so when you move something, you can say, this thing moved over here. It's a constant problem. Like I had to put all the terms together, had to decide whether editors went under, I have like cert tools, editors, Vim, and I have services, and because I'm talking about all these topics at these kind of, granular level, and I'm like, well, how do I organize all of these knowledge nodes, right? So anyway, couscous makes me hungry. For couscous, I miss it. All right, so linking within a directory, This is what we talked about. You can link directly to a folder like this, but better than that would be what? About and then a slash instead of .html, and that means it would go to the folder. So yeah, they're gonna stick with this. All right, we're gonna start to talk about some stuff that I. So just notice that, see, this is like recipes salmon, but no, what you should do here is recipes what? Recipes slash salmon slash no HTML. Because why? Because you moved salmon.html. It doesn't exist anymore. Now there's a folder called salmon and there's a file in it called index.html. That's what you want to do. And then you go down here. It also makes it easier to write. If you do this way, it might be a little longer to set it all up, but it makes all of your HTML and Markdown much more readable because the links are shorter. And you can automate that really quickly, actually. So exercise, link to a file or directory. Okay, we're not going to do that right now. Actually, no, let's do one. I'll do one for you really quick. I'll do it the way I would like to see you do it if you want to do it this way. So make a new one here, cd learn web design. So we want to make a subdirectory. So let's make, what was this thing? It's like Linux, right? It's like, it's all about Linux was created, blah, 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 right? That's like, I don't know, like make one called bash. So make directory bash. Now watch, I'm going to do it the way she does it, and then I'm going to change it into the way I recommend you do it. Okay. So she's suggesting to make a bash.html file, and let's just practice here. So doc type HTML, 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 and then what goes in here, guys? Head, whoops, title, title bash, shell, head, and what comes next? What comes next? Body, shoulders, header. All right, so inside of here we can do like an h1, and let's say bash shell, and then we'll do a p here, bash rocks or something, I don't know. All right, so that's all we wanted, right? So now we have a page. We could probably find a bash logo if we really tried. Is there a bash logo? Bash logo. Yep, there's one. I'm going to do a trick that I'll teach you guys later, but bash logo. Come on, where is it? Give me the bash logo. Here we go. Copy link location. I'm going to use curl dash low, curl dash, oh my gosh. Well, that's not going to be a low. And I'm going to need this there. Logo dot, what is it, PNG? I don't even know what it is. I think it's a PNG. Nope. No dice. Literally. All right, give me another one. There's another good one. Too big. Too big. I know. You guys are like, oh, I like this one. It's EPS though. No. Ooh, that's cool. I don't know what it is, but it's not a thing. Download a bash born again shell. Ooh, I like that. Let's grab that one. Oh, bad me. I did it again. Damn it. I can't graphic. I can't graphics. Cannot graphics. Give me image location. Bash.jpg. Did we get it? Wait, where am I? Dagnabbit. Dagnabbit. There she blows. Bash.jpg. All right, so there's our picture. And I downloaded it really quickly there, and we're going to put it in, right? So I'm trying to make the point here. So bash.html, and I don't know, let's put a link in here. img href, no, src. I always mess these up. Bash.gpg, right? See how it's like local, right? Now what? Let's link to it. So we'll go back to our main page. Bash bash is actually a part of the GNU project, not Linux, which is why it has a crappy license. True story. I need to preview this, so let me do that now. I think I already have one. I already have it in here, so let me go find it. Did I already open it up in here? I mean, I know another way I can do this. I'm going to cheat. You guys know how to open the file, right? You go back into you open it with the file. I'm going to do a fancy way, but you can just go open the file. But I'm going to browser sync mine, if that's okay. All right, so there's my whole site. Well, this will work. And then I can double click this and open it, and it'll open it in the web browser. Now, we're still using files for this because that's what the book calls for. But I want to teach you a tool called Browser Sync. I'm going to make a video just about that tool. It's a really amazing tool. But as you can see, we have here, Bash is actually part of the GNU project, not Linux, but it doesn't go anywhere, right? Let's inspect element on this, by the way, and here's all our stuff, right? So let's make this bash thing link up, shall we? So now what? We're going to do bash. Where's our bash? I go find it. Here it is. Bash is now a link. Remember the anchor link? All right. And put a link here. And now it's href equals, right? What? Bash.html. So we're doing it like the book, but I want to show you why I don't like the book way. So save that. We're all good. Reload. And now bash is that really ugly blue color, but we'll live with it for now. Let me make this a little bit bigger though. You guys cannot see anything, I'm sure. Wait, what's up? What's up? Give me some. There we go. All right. I mean, there's no reason it has to be that tiny. That you can read. I really don't like that font. Oh well. So see the bash there? You can barely see it. Click on it. I can't stand that. I have to change the color. Sorry. I do. I cannot stand it. I just cannot deal. All right. So you guys remember, we haven't done styles yet, but we're going to do it. We're going to change all links to what? Brown. Is that going to be to, oops, this is semicolon. Is that going to be too brown? Ugh. Yuck. How about we do, how about silver? Is that a color? I don't know. We're going to find out. It is. That works. All right. So bash is now silver. And when I click on that, see how it has an underline? Okay. Oh, by the way, there's remember our entity? Yeah, I actually did the wrong direction. I gotta fix that right now. So I cannot have that. It's RT, not LT. It's actually greater than, yeah, not less than. Yeah, that cannot stand. That had to be immediately fixed. There we go. It's not a competition. I'm just playing. Okay, so Stallman is the most influential technologist of our day and age, more than Jobs and Bill Gates, lest anybody think I think less of him for that matter. He's got really weird personal hangups, but nobody else is modeling their businesses after Stallman's ideas. You don't see people doing that. All right. Boom. That's how the book says to do this, right? The book says to click here and go to the bash page. I get this really annoying bash page that's busted because my link is bork. Actually, let's fix it. Oh, the darkness is just destroying my eyes. You know what we could do? Let's use the same. Should we use the same style sheet? Let's do that. So bash.html, we can use the same style sheet. So let's do that. Link rel equals. This is when I almost never put the quotes around. I admit it's just too easy to do without it. And is it href? I think it's either href or src. I can't remember. I'm gonna try it and see what happens. I always confuse them. Styles.css. Reload. Yay! So now we get our colors. So you just see how they both use the same style sheet. That's the whole point. However, it's not back. Dummy, Rob. It's bash. Whoa. All right, so we definitely need to limit. We definitely need to put a limit on those. I'm gonna do that now too. I'm sorry, I cannot stand another day with that like that. So images shall be actually, let's say that no paragraph. No, that won't work. The right way to do this is to wrap the whole thing in a main, and I didn't do that. So we're just gonna punt here. We're gonna say images shall never be max width. The max width of an image shall be 600 pixels, which is probably not the best way to do that, but we're doing it anyway. And yeah, I think that's enough actually. Yep, there we go. So whatever. Now, all right. So we'll take some comments, and I'm going to do it the way I recommend, not the book. So yeah. Let's see here. Rob, you have a stream where you talk about why you chose Linux. No. Actually, I have lots of streams where I talk about Linux. The problem is isolating them. So I should probably have a stream about why Linux. You know what? If you want to go read about it, go do the Introduction to Linux on Linux Foundation. It's free. And the first week or two assignment talks about the prevalence of Linux. It's a much better job than me of describing why. Yeah. Has an open LinkedIn tab. Yeah, it's about ready to go away. You know why? With stuff in, I have 3 more paragraphs to copy over from it, and then it's deleted. It won't be there tomorrow. Not going to be there tomorrow night. Tomorrow night, my LinkedIn will be gone. I'll be free from LinkedIn. Let's see here. Just recipe, the recipe. That way, if you change categorization, link doesn't break. Exactly, Keith. Because he likes to code even when he's not coding. I was about to duke it with his website. Yes, you got my name problem. I should look up the chat more. Bash not back. Yet another person. So many spoilers. Still has an open LinkedIn tab. Have you studied torsion points on elliptical curves? Nope. Give it a quick Google search. So interesting. Sounds really cool though. What are you going to make after LinkedIn? I'm going to do a whole video on it. So I don't want to get pulled into that. I'm going to use, make sure you stay tuned for that. That's going to go in my beginner boost series. I want to show people how to make their own profile on GitHub. Now that you can use README files on that, I also put all of my work history in a YAML file, and that we'll talk. Actually, I'm probably going to talk about that when I do the structured data. Or I'm going to do a series on, or maybe just one video, long one, about structured data and why it matters and how you can use it effectively and that kind of thing. All right, so so everybody, just to regroup. So Jen's here. She's telling you this kind of old school way of doing this, where put everything in its own .html file with a separate name, and remember down here, salmon and Tuspoos and Timpanada. Linguini don't have images that go with them or anything. But what I'm trying to show you is that I do, right? So here's the first problem. The first problem is if I give somebody a link to this with bash.html and this also works. Actually, this doesn't work with files though. I think this is going to fail. Yep. That is exactly why she's doing this. Now I understand. Next time I do this boost, I'm going to throw out the use of loading files, and I'm going to have you use the server from the very beginning. Because loading up, nobody loads up files. The reason she's having you do that is because that's the only way her book will work. Because she doesn't have you setting up a server because she wanted to avoid telling you all about servers, even though she felt, these days you can use browser sync like that. And I'm going to show you. I didn't want to get sucked into this, but I'm going to have to show you the issue. So you see how because I'm using files, this is okay. I'm pausing here because I am about to launch down an entire video about how to set up your own server in like 1 or 2 commands, but you don't even know how to do the command line yet. And I also have a file that you can download, which is a server. It'll just run on your folder and doesn't even, it's fine. But before I do all that, I have to justify why you want a server instead of just opening files. And there are lots and lots and lots and lots of reasons to do that. But this is the reason that she's using files, because her entire example would not work. Now I get it. I get why she's doing this. I don't like it, but this is what she's doing, why she's doing it. Because in the way she's teaching it, by using the file URL, you can't do anything but link to HTML files, even though nobody does that in the wild. Nobody does that. If they do that, they're like really ancient, old school coders. Why don't they do that? Because it makes these big, long, ugly URLs and you can't move stuff around. So for the sake of so now we know why she's doing it that way, and I'm going to tell you how you should do it. It's remove the HTML at the end. Yeah, but you can't use htaccess unless you have a server. There's a millions of ways to get to this. I mean, it sounds like we have some people who know what I'm talking about. But if you're just doing this development locally, or even if you're using VS Code, VS Code's got a plugin that'll do this for you. You know what I mean? So, but there's actually a tool out there I'm kind of giving away. All right, so before I launch into this thing, I'm going to put a thumbtack in this. So I'm going to make a bookmark right here. And everything we just did with the bash thing is fine for the purposes of this book. You know that you can link to another web page directly, which I'm suggesting against. And I'm about to tell you a bunch of stuff that the book doesn't cover because the book can't cover it because it's built on the premise of linking to files. But in order to get around that, I have to backtrack and teach you how to install a tool called Browser Sync. And this is not beginner material, but I don't want you to feel bad if it doesn't sink in. But I'm going to do it so you can see the end result. Right. And so what I'm going to do, actually, I already have mine installed. And so all I really have to do is this. I just have to do knp, and that will preview my current directory on a port. And well, it's in there. It didn't detect my thing. So that's a different problem. This is a different thing. So I'm going to use the browser sync one. I'm just going to browser sync straight up. Let's try type. I'll show you what I'm talking about. I did a video on browser sync. It's like really old though, and I want to redo it. So browser sync is a tool. I don't know if I should cover this right now. I'm going to anyway, because some of you are going to want to be really proactive between now and tomorrow, and you're going to want to go get it. And if you do, I don't want to stop you. Okay, the beginners among you. So browsersync.io. I tell you what, this is one of the most amazing tools ever invented for web development. It lets you preview things on all 4 pages at the same time. It's a full-blown server. I mean, it's being praised by, Google's Adi Osmani and a bunch of other people. The problem with browser sync is, and this is why I have trouble with beginners, because I have to show you how to install Node. So I tried to make this whole learning web design not dependent on any external dependencies. But it's becoming clear now that that's kind of not the way to do this. It's not. Another way to do this is for you to do the whole thing on GitHub or GitLab and then use Netlify to preview everything, which is a really long round trip way of previewing everything. Another way to do this is use VS Code, which has its own internal previewer, which does the right thing. But the professional way to do this is to install Browser Sync and put that on and it's not that hard to install Node and to install Browser Sync. And everybody's going to have to do it at some point, even though I detest Node. It's still a thing. In fact, I have a $200 bounty out. I need to post it officially for someone to rewrite Browser Sync entirely as a single executable Go program. So if you guys want to spread the word, all the source code is open source. What I want to have is I want to have a single executable, downloadable Browser Sync runnable command that does not depend on me installing Node. And that way beginners can just download it and use it. And I have another program called Serve, which I actually might use instead of Browser Sync in this particular case. What that I usually use with beginners too is just a single downloadable. It's written in Go. It's just a web server in one file. It's like 30 lines of code. And then you just have to hit refresh, right? You just have to hit refresh and you can see your stuff getting picked up and everything. In fact, I'm really tempted to go just get it right now. Let me just check. I think I put it under skill stack. There's so much stuff under here. I gotta clean up so much stuff. It's crazy. Serve, there it is. So yeah. Yep. 3 years ago, man. It's old code. I'm going to pull this down really quick and I'll show you. You can either install Browser Sync or you can install Serve. And if you want, I'll compile one and send one to you right now. And you guys can just compile your own. It's not that hard. It's really not hard to make a web server. It's not. We're going to make it right here. So give me a second here. Wait. It's a skill stack thing, right? Yep. So don't mind me. If you don't know what I'm doing, please don't worry. You should eventually learn this stuff, but I made this to resolve the problem with having a server. And it's actually really simple code. And I got this cool build script that builds it for everything. Windows, Darwin, and everything else. In fact, I think you can directly download it. Yeah, I just have to do a fresh build. So in case you're interested to go, this is it. Oh, wow, yeah, I put the skill stack logo in there. So this is a web server. This is all it takes to write a web server and go. 128 lines. Right? So I'm going to go ahead and build this. Building for Windows. Building for Mac. And I can build cross-platform from multiple systems, which is super cool. All right, so now I have this thing, and I can go into the bin, which serve. Right, I can actually copy the Linux bin serve into my .local.bin. All right, so that takes care of that. And now we can just do serve. And this is now serving up this on port 8000. So now if I go to port 8000 on my computer, localhost :8000, we talked about domains a long time ago. This means open up my computer right now, right here, right now, right? And as you can see, we have my emoji, we got everything, it's all working. But here's the difference. When I click on bash.html, it goes to it still, right? I have my dark mode on. There. But if I I should be able, let's test. I hope my script, I might have to fix my script. I know bash, nope, doesn't do it. All that for nothing. Well, now I need to fix my serve scripts because I've just taught you about all this other stuff, but I know BrowserSync does it. So, oh, I know why. You know why? Because there's no index.html. Yeah. See, look. Oh, yeah. Did you see that? You see how I just went to localhost / watch. If I go to localhost / index.html, what's going to happen? Same thing. Okay. So the problem I had before is that I didn't have one. So I'd have to do bash HTML. What happened? So now this is, okay, so regroup, come back to me, okay? I set all that stuff up so I can have a server on the system. Eventually I'll walk you through how to get a little server on your own system. It's not that hard, obviously. But it's better than just using the files like it talks about in the book. And frankly, the number of corrections in this book has added up to the point where I need to just write one. I mean, I love Jen's book. I really support what she's been doing for years, but this is, I mean, this is getting up to like 20-30% significantly missing things from this book. And I think I'm going to have to do my own. I don't like that, but I feels like that's how it feels like it's going. Because you have to have a server. Learning how to develop without having a server is almost useless today. And I have to cover that part of it, which is I'm covering now. Okay. So back with me. How do I fix this? Right. So I make a directory called bash. You can do this all through your graphic interface if you want to. I'm just doing it from the command line. I move bash.html into what? Into the bash directory and call it index.html. All right. Be really careful when you're doing this moving around because the files are all named index.html. It's really easy to blow away your other file because they're named the same. So if you forget to put the directory name in there, you'll get a disappointment. So now we can I can move what? I can move the bash file, the JPG file into the bash directory. And I can say, I mean, you can see where everything is in there. So now everything's kind of nice and organized in there, right? Another thing we can do is we can make a directory for all of our general assets. And it's very common to make an image directory within your assets directory. Is rather common. And then I can do this. I can move Linux small into assets, img. But if now that everything's moved around, right? Main.js and styles.css are also commonly not kept in the main directory. So I can move those also into the assets directory. Okay. Now we have a nice clean directory. See how pretty that is? But we also have a bunch of broken stuff on our webpage. Why? Because I just moved everything around. So if I reload this thing, what's it going to look like? It's going to be a mess. Can't find anything, right? But you notice it didn't freak too far out, right? Image of Linux files. Why did it print that? Because I have an alt tag. So now there's all our highlights. Let's go fix everything though. So I have to change all my references. So styles sheet, that's now assets/styles. Now, there's something she doesn't talk about in the book that I really want to cover. I don't remember, at least we haven't hit it so far, but I really want to cover it. So I'm going to cover it now to be sure we don't forget. It's something called a site rooted URL and that the root path URL, whatever you want to call it. So right now this works because why? This works because it's relative. That means assets points to this file is called index.html. So that means since there's no slash or HTTP or anything in front, it says find the folder called assets and look in there for the rest, right? So let's fix it, all right? Assets/style.css. So that's now fixed. However, what if I move this file? What will happen to this? This is not covered in the book, but I really want you to see it. So I'm going to reload this and my pictures, everything's going to fix. Okay, it's all fixed. And so let's do this now. I'm going to fix my other thing. So this is not there. Where is this now, guys? Pay attention. I'm going to leave you time to think about it. Where is Linux-small? Where did I move it? Oh, there it is. It's all hidden down there, right? So that's kind of a picture that might come up lots on our site. So we'll put it also in assets/img. Now when I reload, I get Mr. Torvalds. All right. All good. All well and good. Now, what if for some reason we decided I don't want this page to be here. I want it to be someplace else. So I don't know why we would do that, but if you like make directory another, move index.html into another, I'm going to ask you a question. What is it going to do? So now so this isn't there anymore. We just broke it, right? We moved it. But look, it shows us another. So let's click on another. But why did it break? Why isn't it showing the picture? And why isn't it showing the style? Here's the URL, localhost 88,000/another/. But why is it broken? It's broken because we didn't route the URL to the site. This is a relative path. Relative to what? Relative to index.html, this file which contains it. And that file is now no longer where it used to be. Is there an assets folder here? Nope, not anymore. And we moved it's kind of a contrived example to move it, but I'm trying to show you that some things you want to route them so that no matter where this index.html page goes, it will always find the right resource. But we don't want to make it an external resource with HTTP in there. We just want to route it. And to route it, you put a slash in front. All right. So that slash says from the beginning of the domain, localhost 8000 in this case, slash, go all the way back to that spot and then resolve the rest of it. So some people call it a site relative or a rooted path or whatever. It's got lots of names. The difference is that it's relative, but not to the position or location of the index.html page. It's relative and rooted to the entire site. So therefore, it will always work no matter where we move it to. Now, Linus Torvalds down here, I don't know if that needs to be in here, right? Maybe so, maybe not. Maybe that doesn't, because let's say we only refer to it in this page. So let's like reorganize this. Let's move Mr. Torvalds out of the assets now. And move him back inside of this kind of sub site that we've created. If I can do it. Oh wait, whoops. Where am I? Oh, stop. So now this, see how this works? And actually this whole thing is about Linux. So my gosh, what if we did this? What if we change another to be Linux? And what if we made another main page? I'm doing it fast, right? But we could have, actually, we don't even need a page for now. Let's just, we'll add it later. But so now we have two subdirectories, right? And we go to there, we can see where those live. So refresh this, and I think I might have to restart the page. Could be wrong, but oh no, there's no another anymore. We changed it. Linux, there we go. So Linux now gets where it's supposed to be, and everything is in the right place. If we click on bash, that's now going to break. Why? Why does that break? Because look what it tried to do. See that? So we have to fix that link. Let's do that. So cd into Linux. We're going to, now you can stop this video and replay it all you want. I mean, hopefully that'll help you. So that bash link is now no longer to bash.html. And this, remember that rooted thing? So this is a really great way. I call these knowledge nodes. So each one of these is a flat structure that is at the very top. So it's relatively safe from being moved around. Plus, it makes very short URLs that fit in Twitter and stuff like that. So you can do bash slash, and I know no matter where I put that will work. And you'll see me do this all the time on my site. So now when I reload, go back here, and now this, well, I'm going to have to reload, but so now this, see how the link goes to /bash down here? Now we go to /bash and we get our bash shell. Now bash shell still can't see the styles. Why not? Well, let's go fix that one, shall we? Hopefully this is a good hands-on session. So something's wrong in our bash code, right? Anybody know? Oh, look, it's trying to link the style sheets inside of the same folder as bash. Doesn't exist. This bash picture works because that's relative. This one doesn't work. Why? Because we didn't go back and link it assets/style. Now it's rooted to the whole site. And when I reload it, it should load the styles. All right. I know that's a lot to go through, but I think that little bit of a session will show you the advantages of organizing your files in a way that is sustainable and produces the smallest possible URLs for your end users, despite the complication with installing a server. And there, you know, there's reasons you'd want it to install the server. Okay, so I'm gonna take a chat break here and see where you guys are. If I didn't completely lose you, I hope I didn't. Yeah, trying to do it a different way. Let me guess, chunking the audio. Ooh, you know, with the words in chunks, 10,000 hours. Wow. VS Code, woo, yeah. VS Code does have a plugin that will do what I just did with the server thing. You can make an executable with Node.js. You can now, but I despise Node.js. I know. It was just released. There was a big thing they made about it in front-end engineering mailing list last 2 weeks ago. Nanos is still beginner, knows how to exit VM. Well, you're just coming into this, so yeah. I mean, I appreciate your input, Al Hassan, but this is like the 6th in a series where I already covered editing way a long time ago. Yep. And there's also a video in Tools of Technologists called Choosing the Right Editor for You. And I go into that as well. Slash at the end. Yep. Assets/img. Yep. It's right to access another. That's right. That's right. You got it, Will. Why would you not root everything? Oh, okay. That's a really big question. So watch this. That's a really good question, D-Flare. Let me show you that one. So let's say you got 10 or 15 different languages. Not an uncommon possibility. And you say, I want to organize these because now this has happened to me. I've had like 800 to 1,000 nodes at the top level. Yeah, I call them knowledge nodes, but call them pages, call them whatever you want. I call them knowledge nodes. And then it becomes necessary to organize things, right? Now, the hard part of this is you can't move the folders without breaking the link. So what I'm about to show you, don't do it if you don't know how to put something there to say, hey, this moved. And I don't know if that's covered in the book. So I will show you a way to do that. There's ways to do it that are much easier on the server, but you can still just do it with a plain old web page if you want to. It's one of the uses of the meta tag. So for example, if I were going to say I want to have a directory called lang, and I want to put all the languages into there. Okay. Oops. Oh, that was really dumb. All right. So now I have that. How does that resolve, right? So now I have lang/bash. Still there. Does that answer your question? That's why you don't root. So let's look at what's in there. So the style sheet still worked because it's rooted, right? So it's not always a given whether you should root your URLs, your local paths, or you should leave them relative. This one, it's a good thing that I made it relative, right? Because if sometimes you'll see people even do this. I don't mean to confuse things, but that means right here in this directory. View press actually likes that better than this. But so there you go. You got your bash.jpg. You got your slasher. So sometimes you want to root them. Sometimes you want them to be remote, because if that folder moves, all the stuff in the folder also moves, hence relative, right? The idea of it being relative. And that's super important. Now, we did break something there, didn't we? So if you do that kind of move, and this is a big problem for me, because I'm moving stuff around all the time, is if you want to do it properly, you either configure your server to detect it and redirect it for you, which you can do pretty easily, or you can write a quick little file like this. Meta. I have to go look it up, guys. I'm sorry, I'm not that good. Meta redirect. I have to look it up every time. Meta refresh. So a meta refresh is a web page that it just tells your browser to go someplace else. So, and it has there. You can do this on the web server, or you can just put stuff like this in there. So, yeah. So we're gonna go ahead and actually, well, I guess I can just cut and paste. And you can meta, yeah. And I know this is overkill, and it's not the best way to do this. You can say, I don't know if you have to have a full URL or not. Let's try. I think you might actually. That would suck. This is a good test here. And this has to go inside of a head. I'm invoking the HTML default rule, which says if you don't put something in there, it'll default to it. If I shouldn't do that, I don't want to do all the other tags right now. Doc type HTML. I don't know. Let's try. I don't know if my stupid little server script. I don't know if it has redirect support. I don't think it does. If it doesn't, anything else would. So I'm just giving you an idea of how to do it. This is definitely not beginner material, but 4, 5. Oh, it did it. It did it. Because obviously it did it, because it's a function of the client. Duh, Rob. It doesn't have to have a fancy server thing, because it's your web browser does it. Your web browser gets this information. It's like, oh, you want to redact? Okay, got it. There you go. See that? So watch them do it again. Bash. And in it, 4, 5, go. And you can turn that. You can turn that spot if you want to. You can put something up on your page that says, yeah, redirecting you. Let's see. Move to / and it, you can even make this a link if you really want. Lang / bash. And you can make this look all code-like, right? All right, so let's see if that worked, shall we? Go back. I wasn't planning on doing this, but this is fun. See, you're now. Oh, here we go. Wait. There. Oh, I have a thing. So that's fun, huh? It's fun. Web development is fun. I won't lie. I do enjoy it. It's not the funnest thing, but it is good to know. And this simple little web script, if you want that, you can go get that. I'll give you the URL here. If you want to play around with how to make your own, the instructions are on it. And let's see, where is that? Right now it's at SkillStack, but I'm going to be moving it back into my own. I'm consolidating everything back into my own account so people can find things easier. Serve. And you can actually download the binaries directly off of it if you want on Windows or whatever. You can read the code for yourself, so you don't have to trust me on that. It's pretty easy code to read. Let's see here. How are we doing? All right. So I hope that answered the question, DFlare, about why you would not root everything. You want some things to be relative. You want some things to be rooted to the site locally. And you want other things to be external that are linked completely off-site. And there are lots of people who would say that you should provide visual indication in your links of the difference. In fact, some organizations require it. If you've ever been to like a government or some kind of site that says you're leaving the website now, because, you know, if you go someplace else, they don't want you to think that where you're going is associated with them for whatever reason. So they provide that external link. And if you go to RWXGG, anytime I have an external link, you'll see it with the guillemets, the angle brackets around it. And that's how you can tell it's an external link. All of my internal links are all got, you know, dotted lines underneath them. So that's just my way of approaching that. There's lots of different ways to do that. Is it common to generate HTML with XSLT? God, no. No. I've never, no. The answer is no. Maybe. No, we're gonna talk about all the different ways you can generate HTML in the Pandoc series, which is going to be 2 series after this. I'm going to do one quick one on structured data. It's not really a series. I'm trying to decide whether I should do structured data as a part of Pandoc or not. It's probably going to be separate. So I'm going to do a structured data series, and then we'll do Pandoc. Otherwise, you're going to be confused. Let's go back to the book for a second, then, since we don't have any new thing. But as you can see, I fully understand why Jen is having you link to HTML pages now, but that is going to annoy me for the rest of this video series because I hate doing that. I think it's an anti-pattern at this point, actually, because for all the reasons that we've talked about keeping assets together and everything, I think it's an anti-pattern to link directly to HTML pages in 2020. A lot of people do it. And particularly old school people, you know, would fight tooth and nail to maintain that that's the way it can still be done, but I don't like it. 2 directories down. Okay, we did that. So linking to a higher directory. Okay, so it's worth saying, I don't really want to belabor this point. I think that this can get you in trouble sometimes, so be very careful about this. But if you want to link to something in the parent, which is the containing directory, like one up, right? So in our case, let me give you a specific example. It's always better to do that. So if I do this, oops. So let's say in my lang, I don't want to do this because it's going to make an infinite loop. But if I wanted to link from here, let's say I put a link to home. Not uncommon, right? Let's make a nav bar and put that in the header. This is my favorite way of doing this. All right, in the nav bar, we'll put a link. Just a straight up link. I'm not going to do a link list or anything. We can do a link, an href, and we're going to say, I want to go home. Now, the reason I don't like this is because the best way to do this, we already know. The best way to go home, no matter what, is to go to slash. What will that do? If you click on that, that will make it so you go home. Uh-oh. Did I kill my server? I did. I killed my server. Killed my server, people. Web design. Make sure you start it in the root, by the way. Sometimes people will start the server in a subdirectory and they get all confused because like, this is not at all what I want. So let's start it here. All right, so there's home. So I click on home. Where's it going to go? It goes back to our empty main page, which there's nothing there. So, but you could do this. You could say, I want to go up one level. Okay. And that actually would not go home. Where would that go? Where would it go? It would go into the language directory, right? So I could have a link to home here that goes all the way home, and I could have a link to the lang directory that goes there. Now I happen to not like that way of doing it. The only reason you would do this is if you thought maybe lang would be moved around, but if you're pretty confident lang is going to be solid, I would do that instead. That's just me, but you can do it this way. This means the parent of me, the parent of my directory, right? So if I do this, I can go, so I can say like /lang/bash. And if I click on lang, it'll go back to lang, which just has a bash. And I can go back to lang. But if I want to go all the way home, I can click on home and it'll go all the way home. I don't have any code there yet, but as you can see, it's kind of fun to play around with it while you're working on it. See if you can get it to work. So that is what a parent directory is. Any questions on that? Let me check here with the peanut gallery. Killed your server. Oh no! Die, server, die. It's like a tiny little, that's another reason I like my little Go thing, is it takes no memory at all. And it's wicked fast. Go servers are so stinking fast. All right. You like seeing the GET request? It is kind of fun, isn't it? Yeah, you can see the whole, if you want to make it more verbose, you can actually have it print every single thing. Yeah. It's like, yeah, you could, if you want to tinker with the server code, you can actually go in there, and it's really fun because it's a really simple server, which shows you how servers work. So if you want to get your head around how a web server works, which is really important for you to understand if you want to do full stack web development, which involves writing back-end stuff as well as front-end stuff. It's really important you get your head around how a web server works. And one of the best ways is to write a really, really tiny, simple web server in Go or Python or Node or whatever. But I love Go is the go-to these days. It really is for this stuff because it's so efficient, so fast, and so intuitive. It's just really, really, really intuitive. And you can mess with it. So you can actually, if you do get context, by the way, you can actually add OAuth authentication to it and all kinds of fancy stuff. It's just really amazing. That's actually in the client library, but I can't talk about it enough. Okay, so I just really, really love how easy it is for beginners. That's kind of my thing. Yeah. Hey, Anak. Rust is really fast too, but God help you, we're writing a server in it. Rust is not for beginners. End of story. Even you can look. I can show you 3 different conference talks where the people at Rust at conventions say it's not beginner friendly. So if you want to learn it, fine. Just don't learn it first. I mean, honestly, it's up to you. But I would not use it. It's going to bog you down with details that you don't need. You want to just focus on how HTTP works and stuff like that. And it's going to force you to do borrow checking and learn all these other things. It's just too much of a hassle to learn, particularly for beginners. With Rust? No. Nope. Rust and C look. Rust can replace C++, but we're not going to get into the Rust. We're not going to get into the language thing. Please don't be disappointed, but I just converted to NeoVim. Have fun. You knock yourself out. Why? I'm just curious. I have 5 common reasons that people usually go to NeoVim. I want to see if you're one of them. Go is way more beginner friendly than Rust. Way more beginner friendly. Go watch the video I made. It's got 41,000 hits at this point. Go is slow. I'm going back to Rust. I mean, Rust is slow. I'm going back to Go. I tried to go with Vim, but I am plugin dependent. What plugin? I'm just curious. I'm not beating you up, Anik. I'm just curious. Because I'm always curious to see if there's a plugin that exists that doesn't exist in Vim already. That's why I'm asking. Data science. You have plugins in NeoVim for data science that don't exist in Vim. Is that a fair statement? Is that a fair statement? Yep. Because I want to. I mean, I look. I'm not trying to pick on you. I really want to know. Because I'm socket.io uniform latency. I don't know that right now. You talk about WebSockets? Yeah, they're. It depends. Either of those is fine because the limitation for I/O and something like socket.io is not the language implementation. It's you're bound on I/O, so it's a completely different issue. Video on YouTube. Yep. Yeah, it's actually under my. If you go to my YouTube, youtube.com/rwxrob, I have. I think it's under rants and reviews. I did one about Rust, which got me like no friends in the Rust community, but I don't care. It's spoken from the heart and it's true. So, and to find answer to my question, that's okay. Have fun with that. Seriously, you haven't given me an answer yet, Anak. Just say you want to use it, and you can ask people about NeoVim more because the people you ask questions about it use it. Yeah, if that's your answer, then that's fine. I accept that answer, but that's not an answer that I would ever justify as changing my suggestion. People answered in NeoVim, so I'm just go with the crowd. That is a poor decision that will bite you in the ass one day. Mark my words. But if anybody else is watching this right now and you decide to go over the cliff with Anak and learn Vim just because everyone's doing it without providing an actual answer, I love Anak. I'm glad you're in my stream, but I'm going to say this because other people are watching this. And first of all, what he says is completely objectively false. I can prove it overwhelmingly that, no, not that one. No, not that one. It's, back to go, Rust is slow. That the political one is another one. It's back to go, Rust is slow. That's the one. Is that not in there? Did I not do it? Book about the crowd. You're disappointed. I am disappointed. I'm very disappointed. If your only answer is because everyone's doing it, then you're not doing the research. So yeah, I'm a little disappointed. Okay. I mean, be your own person. Don't follow the crowd. Be your own person. Make your own decisions. Well, more people that I trust say this. That's the reason if you want to do that. Just up Rust search. Well, it's okay. Just search for Rust in my personal search bar, and it will come up. It's well, it's too noob to answer. He did say that, right? All right. Right. That's fine. Okay. I'm not going to say anything more than I'm not trying to beat you up. I'm just saying maybe someday you'll make a more informed decision. Don't learn things that are NeoVim only. I'm just begging you. Okay. Don't learn things that are only NeoVim because they will eventually bite you and you won't be able to use them in other places. For example, don't split your screen using panels in Vim. It's a huge bad idea. Use tmux instead. All right. Back to the topic at hand. Thanks. Use tmux instead. There's just you don't have to do anything that I'm telling you. But the reason I have to say it now is because we're talking about it, and I don't want anybody watching this to go away with the idea that using NeoVim is okay. And that's that I think it's okay. Obviously, you're going to make your own choices, and I'm not. This isn't a personal thing. Yeah, you can use Screen. Nothing wrong with Screen. Screen's just fine. In fact, Screen would work just as fine for me right now because I'm not splitting panels up because I've got my font really big. All right, let's go back. So we talked about what else did we talk about? We got our server here. We did the organization. So I think we're ready to go on. In fact, I might be ready to wrap it up a little bit. Here we go. Link to directories down. We did that. Link to higher directory. So you remember the dots? We covered this, right? This is a horrible example. Don't do this. Please don't do this. No, don't do this. Do .. / if you're going to do it. But more importantly, in this case, just do a slash. because that you want to root your thing. I'm gonna have a really hard time getting through this section right here, because I just fundamentally disagree with how she's teaching this. This is a disaster. Do not do that. Don't do that. I promise you, you'll hate it, because you won't know what it's linking to. Unless you're guaranteed to not be changing the organization. You need to start thinking of your content in consumable chunks and composable chunks that can be put together and used in that way. And the best way to do that is to think of everything in kind of a flat structure with very few subdirectory structures. The more subdirectory structures you put, the longer your URL gets, the harder it is for people to remember, and the more likely it is the URL is going to break, because you're going to move it someday because you don't like the organization or something. And you saw what a hassle it was to do the redirect, right? You don't want broken links. Now, I have broken links. That's kind of why I'm in the middle of reorganizing my whole knowledge base. It's why I'm building an entire knowledge base application to manage over some 900 knowledge nodes that are independent bits of data in terms of like managing knowledge like in the documentation web. And, stay tuned with me on that. But this kind of thing is almost always going to bite you in the butt. By the way, you would never put index.html there. You would just put a slash there, right? The only reason Jen is doing this like this, I'm convinced at this point, is because there's no server in her book examples. And so this won't work because the server doesn't figure it out. And therefore, you have to put it, which makes all of her examples way less valuable because they're things you would never use in the wild. I would never use these in the wild. I would strongly recommend against them. If my team started following this architecture, I would get on them. I would say, no, that's not sustainable. So whatever. I think I made my case. I showed you the reasons why I think it's a bad idea, and you can make your own decision. Site root relative links are generally preferred because of their flexibility. That's what I just said. Good. At least we agree on that, Jen. So you remember that whole thing I talked about, site right there, right? So now they can be moved around, but they'll always link to the right thing. We covered all of that, so we can skip past that. Writing path names for images. I don't know what that means. Oh. Here she goes. See this? She added the spoon image to couscous by linking. That is the worst link. Do not do this. I think she's going to make the point that that's a bad idea. Don't do that, though. Use the assets, images like we talked about. There we go. That's what we want. There, see, she's talking about that. That's better, much better. Even better, put it under assets and then put your sounds and images and all that under there. Try a few more. Go with the tempanada, garlic, play with your own thing. Make your own website. Guys, make sure that you're trying all this stuff out while you're going through. You're not just watching it, unless you're like watching on television or something while you're making pierogi or something. Pierogies. Linking to a specific point in a page. Okay, so this is probably the last thing we can cover tonight. So a specific point in a page is called I believe it's called a local anchor. Let's see what she calls them. This is useful for providing shortcuts to information at the bottom of a page or to a specific position within the page. And there's actually some that are automatically built in, and I don't bet you didn't cover them, but and this is important if you have a long page. Linking to a particular spot within a page is a two-part process. First, identify where you want to link to. When a user clicks the letter H, they go to the heading lower on the page. Identify the destination. You have to decide where you're going to go. Maybe it's a div, maybe it's a thing. And then you need to put an ID in here. See this? You see this right here? So if you put an ID, this is interesting because this is a new way of doing it. But so let's say, let me go back to our example. Bash index, right? So let's say we wanted to link back to Linux. How about the controversy? So we could say href, and we want to link to the page. So the page we want to go to is what? Linux /# controversy. Controversy. All right, and now we can say Linux controversy. Did I spell that right? All right, so, God damn it. Now what? Now we've got a page where Linux controversy is going to go, it's going to say, okay, now it went to the top of the page. Why? It went to the link over here, but why didn't it go down to controversy all the way and make that the beginning? A couple of reasons, actually. The first reason it didn't go down there is because we doesn't have an identifier. So we have to open up the other page, Linux index.html, go find controversy. There it is. And we're going to give it an ID. And by definition, the best way to do this is to just lowercase the thing and replace spaces with dashes. It's sometimes called a slug. And if you do this, when we get to doing Markdown, it does it for you automatically. It does this step for you automatically, so you don't have to do this. So now when we go back and we link to the Linux controversy, it should jump down. Now it went there, but we're out of space on the page, so it got us to the point where it could see it, even though it didn't put it at the very, very top. And there's a couple of built-in ones, by the way. Did you see that? So this is not covered in the book, I bet, but top takes you to the top of any page, and I'm pretty sure bottom takes you to the bottom. Nope, just top. So hashtag top will take you to the top. And so there you go. Any questions about that part? How's it going, Quint? Nope, I don't think they can activate. They can navigate. Most of the time you see that, Optimist, you'll see, like when you hover over something, when you click on it, it'll give you a local link to it, and it adds a URL that links to that. Can local anchor hyperlinks highlight the anchor element after you navigate to it? That's a JavaScript thing. Yeah, it's definitely a JavaScript thing. Empty will get you to the top. Didn't know about that. Cool. Just typing out more stuff for my sites. Yeah, using hashtag by itself, by the way, is a big part of single page applications. They do that a lot. But we're not going to get into that, but just take note that that's going to come up again. It doesn't look like a slug. It doesn't really look like a camel either. A slug is not the case. They call that, what do they call it? There's a name for it. It's not dash case. It's not hyphen case. It's kebab case. They call it kebab case. It does look like a shish kebab. Kebab case is when it has dashes in between. I love kebab case. If I could do all my URLs in kebab case, I would. I really like it. But particularly for URLs just make so much sense. It does. I mean, for this, it makes sense, right? Your people are typing these really quickly. You know, it's domain names are already case insensitive, so you don't want to put. By the way, name all your stuff lowercase. Just save yourself a lot of time and hassle. Because some web servers are picky about case and others are not. And the domain part, you know, the first part of your URL, HTTP, whatever, stuff after that, that is never case sensitive. So you don't want to confuse your users saying, well, if you're going to go to this sub URL, you got to type the case properly. So just always use lowercase. Honestly, just always use lowercase. It'll make it easier for you to maintain. Use dashes instead of spaces and underscores. Never put a space in a file name on a website. You can do it. You want to see what happens? No kidding. Watch. You can use it. I just never would do this. But you can totally do it. So let's make a new thing. Let's put oh god, I don't know. So let's make some space where am I? See, you can do it. Now let's put something in there. Index.html. Oh gosh. my completion's already screwing up. Index. No. All right, you can totally do it though. Watch. Here's what's crazy is you can actually just go straight to your web browsers. Almost always will fix this. They didn't used to. So yeah, this used to be a really bad thing to do, but your browsers these days will fix it. Some space stir. Just don't do that though. The proper way, it's not showing you this. It's actually, but what it's really doing is it's translating those spaces because they're illegal into a %20. Yeah. In fact, if you, I'm curious now. I'm really curious to see. Let's see if we can make a link to this href to some space dir. I mean, it's probably gonna work. Some space dir. So let's go back to the main page. Some space dir. Oh, my server's taking care of it. Actually, Go is taking care of it very nicely, but you can never trust that because that's not a valid URL. That's not a valid URL. A valid URL is supposed to be space escaped, which means you're supposed to do this. We haven't even learned about URL escaping yet, so don't worry. This is the actual way to do this. I wonder if I just broke it. That'd be really funny. Watch it not work. Oh, I put a space. That's what. Yeah, I bet if this doesn't work, I'm gonna be really surprised. Yeah, there it did it. Chrome and Firefox. Chrome doesn't do this. One of them doesn't. They may all do it now, and I just haven't noticed the update. But see this, it got rid of it. It actually put the space up there. Yeah, normally when it does that, it'll make your URL really ugly, and it'll put what are called URL escaping, and it'll do %20 for any spaces because they're not allowed. I'm sure that's coming up in the book. Any other comments before we move on? I'm kind of losing cohesion here. Camel case. No URL encoded space is required. Oh, I just looked up camel cases because of the hump in the head. Yeah. There's by the way, there's two different cases that have camel. There's camel, and then there's mix. I think it's called mix case, which is kind of the initial cap, sort of camel case with initial cap. Yeah, there's a whole bunch. No URL encoded spaces required. Yeah, just don't put spaces in your names. It's just a bad idea. It's a bad idea from the file system point of view and a bunch of other things. Of course, Linux handles it pretty well, but boy, you get on. It used to be you got on Windows, you're dead, or Mac even. It's a real problem. Well, using plus for space instead of 20. That is a. I'm pretty sure that's a. I think that's a query string thing, if I remember right. Yeah, plus for %20 is a query string substitution only. I think. I know we're getting ahead of ourselves. That's in case anybody wants to know. We're talking about something called URL escaping, and it's when we talked about escaping earlier in the evening. But if you add, URLs, there are certain things you can't put in there, like a slash, right? If you want an actual slash in the name, God help you, stuff like that. What page about Linux in the web design course? It would be implying only Linux can serve web pages. That'd be like saying Google is internet. Why talk about Linux in a web design course? Because I was just making it for fun. No, that was just the topic. I wanted to write about that instead of geese. I didn't want to write about geese. I was like, I want something fun to write about. Although I would love to see the stats to see how many web pages are actually served by Linux. Add new add new lines to your names. Chiropo, bite your tongue. Bite your tongue, you bad person. No, you please don't corrupt the younglings. Don't tell them about the dark side of the force. You can put anything. You saw I put a question mark in my command name, right? Added that to my next CTF box. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, you can. I mean, you can, if you want to hide stuff, and you can get really crazy, right? Literally typing on a keyboard, switch from ISO German to a US ANSI. I'm impressed, RGB. I'm very impressed. I think we pretty much hit this one on that. So even though she's got mixed case here, don't do it. Don't do it. Just say no. Just say no. All right. Just say no. Really. Linking to the destination with an identifier in place. Now we can link to it. Yep. Now we know what we're doing here. To the top. Yeah, we just talked about usability tip linking to the top, which you can either do with hashtag top or just hashtag. So there's no need to add an explicit link there. Oh, okay. So this is a good example. So you see what they've got here. So this is linking directly into the definitions page for that specific thing. That's a reasonable application of that. I mean, having a glossary would be, who knows? I mean, that glossary could be completely generated from structured data. You know, I don't do that. I tend to make an entire page for each one because I don't mind having that so I can link to it and build it into my PDFs and stuff, which we'll talk about another time. Linking to a fragment in another document. We talked about that. Yep, we talked about all of this already. Thematic section of content. Some developers help their brothers and sisters by proactively adding IDs. Most of them actually use Markdown, which does it for you automatically. So that's old data. Add links and fragments to the example glossary. Yeah, targeting a new browser window. Oh, okay, this is important. So let's do that. See, this is completely irrelevant. You don't need to do this. This is built into the web browsers now by default. So old data, you can just do hashtag top, which is built in, or you can just do hashtag, which will take it to the top. That's completely old data. This, however, is still relevant. So this is adding what it's going to call adding a target. And I wonder if she's going to cover that. Yep, blanket target. Okay. So pay attention. Put your ears on if you're a beginner. If you want your link to open a new tab, and 9 times out of 10 you do, especially if it's an external site. Okay. If it's an external site, so let's find something fun to go link to first of all. So let's go find like the Linux Foundation. There it is. I mean, I knew that one sort of, but all right, we'll copy that. And now I want to link to this so that it goes out and gets it. So we'll put it in Linux. Wait, where am I? Linux index.html. Okay. And what are we doing here? So we want to say Linux distribution. I have another thing here. I don't know. Organizations. And we could say, let's do an unordered list, shall we? And we'll do href. And we'll say, we'll paste our Linux Foundation link in. And now we're going to say target equals underscore blank. And I almost never put the quotes around that, but oh well. And close up that list. So now we have a target was blank. Now, using it doesn't have to be underscore blank. That's just the default. Okay. uh, underscore blank will always open a new tab, even if you already have that tab open. If you put a name here, it will open a new tab and then it will keep that name open. So if you open another page that has the same name, it will open it in that tab. Okay. It's kind of cool actually. So go back here, go back to our Linux page. Where's our Linux page? Here we go. So reload, Control R to reload. What? My organization has not worked. I did something wrong. What'd I do? Oh, whoopsie. I didn't put anything in there. Bad me. It gets so long-winded though, doesn't it? Super annoying. I can't really put a space here because if I do, watch, it's going to have this empty, ugly, watch. I wonder if they fixed it. Nope, they didn't. Well, this one's pretty good. Normally when you do that though, you get an empty blank space in front of it. So now I have Linux Foundation. If I click on that, see what it did? It went to Linux Foundation and it opened a brand new tab. If I go back and I click on it again, I get yet another. Oh no, I did the same one. Yeah, because whatever your target is, it reopens it. So, but by convention, oh no, it did open a new one. It did. It opened a brand new one. If I had to put a name, it would have just opened that name instead, and it would have kept opening the same one and changed it. Underscore blank, however, I think is a special name, so that forces it to be. Anybody else have something to say about that? Nice. Salman's done a lot of great things for the world. There's no doubt. Very controversial figure, but many sites that don't open another tab. Yeah, I don't know. I love having sites open another tab. I hate it when somebody blows away my search history. Target attribute is indispensable when you have frames. You're talking about iframe? Yeah. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, boy, I can really see that. You can tell Rob is programmed by the amount of tabs he has open. No. I'm not proud of that. It's like, how many pieces of clothing do I have on my desk? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 over there. At least they're all consolidated. Yeah, I'm relatively clean this week. I don't have a lot of random crap on my desk. Regular frames are a non-starter. Yeah, they've been deprecated. So, okay, let's see here. What are we on in the book? There's your target display. And we're wrapping up here. Spam bots. Be aware of putting an email address in your document source. Blah, 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 blah. You know what? This is old. I'm not making fun of you, Jen. If she's watching no, don't be afraid of spam bots anymore. Can I just tell you? Spam bots are completely destroyed. Just make sure you get an extra email address for stuff that you're going to put on the internet. That's a much better approach. Doesn't cost hardly anything to get a free address. Plus, Proton Mail, Gmail, all of them are really good at putting stuff into spam these days. So this is old information. It tells you about opening a window called display when you want to. Mail links. All right, so this is actually really cool. I'm not going to do one of these for you, but if you put mail to like this will open up your mail application. And on Linux and Windows, you can set that mail application to be a website, like Gmail or Proton Mail or something. So this is really cool. I suggest using this. In the old days, we used to do all kinds of crazy things to hide our email addresses from people because there was no spam control. They would eventually find you anyway, but those days are gone. So I don't worry about putting my email out there, and I get almost zero spam. Telephone links. So this is really, really cool, particularly for mobile. If you create a link to a telephone number with TEL it will dial it, and you click on that and it will dial up the number and everything. Is really, really cool. That works on pretty much everything for now. It recommended that you include the full international dialing number. I wouldn't have thought of that, but there you go. Yeah, phone numbers get automatically turned. Yeah, don't do that. Don't depend on that. I didn't know you could turn it off. You can prevent it from overriding any styles you've applied on telephone links, name, format detection. Interesting. This is an interesting insight. You can turn off format detection of telephone links. Did not know that. Test yourself. More important, this lesson is how to write URLs. Here's a chance to brush up. Blah, 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 bloop, 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 bloop. So you have people, here we go. Images has arrow and a bullet. Yeah, this is what they want you to make. So at this point, if you're following on, you're doing your own thing, just add stuff to your own site that's interesting, you know, and practice moving those files into your site. And most of you are going to be linking to HTML pages right now. So I'm like really hesitating on that point. I think I'm going to actually make a video about browser sync and serve and inject it in here before some of this, so you guys can start doing that right and get all the links correct based on everything I said. It's not that hard to start out with a server, and it's much safer and better for you to practice with a server instead of just with files. All right, what else we got? That's pretty much it. We haven't covered the image element yet, but you should be able to fill it in. Okay, that's not too hard. Element, review links, an anchor, href, and a target. There you go. Adding images, chapter 7. It's going to go fast, I promise. It's going to go really fast. However, we are done for... just about done. We're done for here. Yeah. Everybody says it about Python, but guess what? You have to install Python. Else you have to install Apache Nginx. Yeah, that's too hard. If you have Python on your system, though, that's the fastest way to get a server. But yeah. So, who doesn't have Python installed? A lot of people. I don't. I don't install it. I hate Python. I still use it because we have to, but there's like so many things wrong with it. Yeah, I told you Python's my ex who threw my stuff in the street. I was in love with it, and then it threw all my stuff in the street. What about John Duckett book? I don't know about that book. What is that? Is that a Python? Is that a web book? Because I'm always looking for good web books, by the way. I'm looking for a really, really, really kicking good beginning to end, same sort of, talking beginner web book. And I really, look, I've told you, I really like Jen's book. It's just really out of date, and it's built on the premise of not having a server, which I now completely disagree with. Particularly if you have Python installed, you can do what you just said, right? There have been so many breaches that have leaked millions and millions of email addresses. No one really needs to harvest them anymore. Exactly. Keith, exactly, right? It's like trying to hide from the bots at this point. It's like HTML and CSS book by John Duckett. Let me go review that. I haven't seen it. I'm always looking for other books though. I don't know. Let me try something here. HTML, CSS, John Duckett. Amazon. Oh, I've seen this one before. #1 bestseller. I don't know, man. First edition. How long has this been out? You might have got a new book for me here. It's certainly cheaper. No, it's not. Well, yeah, it is. The other one's like $70 and it's like seriously out of date. They got used ones for $14. See, Eloquent JavaScript, that's a good book, but JavaScript Way is so much better. I love JavaScript. I'm gonna have to review this one. I have seen the cover, but I have never read it. Um, Seriously, I'm looking for first edition is from 2011. Oh my god, no way. Yeah, no way. So this is I had okay. So one of the reasons I decided on learning web design is because it's still used in mainstream colleges today. It's still considered the master textbook of all, and it covers, as I said in the beginning, that first chapter, first section covers responsive and accessibility and a bunch of considerations that are not covered in a lot of these other like short books or even some of these websites. So that's why I'm still on board with Jen's approach to overall web design and development. And you know, she's kind of heavy on the HTML and CSS and light on the JavaScript, which I think is how you should start out. And then if you want to come back and become a full front end app developer, then fine, you can add in all that other stuff. To have a black background, do you have a black overlay on the screen? The PDF? No, nothing so complex. At one point I was using MUPDF, which is great if you want to try it. MUPDF is what I used to try. Now I'm just using Events, which comes with the system, and on the latest Pop OS, it comes with a night mode, so you can just turn it. All it does is invert everything. That's it. I love it. It does exactly what I need. I didn't have to install anything. I am loving Pop OS, by the way. It just gets out of the way. It just lets me do stuff. Look, I don't want to mess around with my operating system. I have been there, done that. So, and Pop OS gets right out of the way. It's super easy to use. Do not try to dual boot with it, though. You should just avoid dual booting it, period. It's just a bad idea. Get yourself a cheap old computer and run, or an old computer and run your Pop OS on that, and then keep your games or whatever on your Windows machine. The app is called Events, EVINCE, someone tells me, but it's the default PDF viewer on GNOME for Ubuntu and for, I believe, Pop OS. So that's all I did, is just use the default. And then I just aliased an open call. I don't know if you saw, but so yeah, I have I've aliased open. So here's my script. So I wrote a little quick script called open that just detects what kind of system I'm on. And it runs xdg open if I'm on here, and it will if I open a URL, it will open the URL instead. So it's really great. I love that particular tool. You have a dual boot using Windows for yep. Well, you don't have to dual boot. You can put Windows on. You can put Linux on something that's not Windows. A lot of people use Windows for gaming. I do too, but I haven't gamed in a year. But no kidding. I was like looking back. Yeah, you can get, dude, if you look around, you'll find an old computer that's not even that old sitting somewhere. Every time I ask somebody to do this and I mentor them, within a week, and they're like, oh, we don't have anything. I was like, you go look a little bit harder. Go ask your mom and everybody. And they're like, oh, yeah, we have that one computer in the attic that blah, 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 that Bobby used and whatever. They don't ever get rid of them because they got content on the hard drives. And they're like, we got to get it off. I'm not going to get rid of it. So there's like a treasure trove of old computers that run Linux really well, just hiding in plain sight. And because nobody throws them out, because they've got too much value to throw them out. And they got too much sensitive material on them, and they're always too lazy to wipe the drive to get rid of them. So they keep them around, and if you look around, you'll find one. Yeah, Arch on an old laptop. Yeah. That's good. Yeah, I mean, Arch is definitely the right thing to on an old laptop, like something that doesn't have a lot of horsepower. Pop OS does have it uses GNOME, and the latest GNOME is pretty heavy on graphics. So you have to make that decision. I mean, this whole thing, right? I really love it, though. I really, really love it. Right. And the really great thing with Linux is you can run whatever, like your LF, what is it? LFCE or LF, I forget the name of it now. Was it LFXE? It's like one of the really old ones, the old graphic distros. Yeah, that kind of old stuff, I just use Tmux on most of that stuff because I don't need graphics at all. LXD, I think that's it. Yeah, LXD is the one. Which Darlene, by the way, uses in Mr. Robot. XFCE, that's the one. Yeah, sorry. Yeah. Is XFCE new? Is it? No, it's not new. I don't think. But we're not talking about web development anymore. I do enjoy these topics, and I have been using Linux. If you're not using Linux and you're on a Windows or a Mac doing this web development with us, more power to you. There's no judgment here for now, but later on you're going to decide probably that you're going to want to pick up some Linux skills at some point. We'd have a spare computer collecting dust in the corner. I know that has more power than the entire computer that took the space mission to the moon. I3, yeah. Elementary on Mr. Robot, that would have been funny. They used LXD or LX. I want to say they used XFCE on Mr. Robot because Elliot uses Mint and Kali. Yeah, he uses which no hacker would really do, but they use Mint and Kali, and then Darlene uses LX. You notice a couple times when she's using XFCE or whatever. It's the other one, which is interesting because that's how she is. She wants lightweight. She wants to write malware. Kali uses XFCE by default. Really? You can run Linux on Windows these days too. Yeah. Yep. WSL2 is getting better every day. I downloaded Mint about a month ago. Yeah. It depends. I don't know, LC. I would use Pop! OS will work if Mint works. Pop! OS will work. Mint got something happened to Mint. I don't quite know what. I have been a big Mint fan for years. In fact, it was in January of 2020 that someone told me about Pop! OS, and I was like, "What? No, that's stupid. I'm not going to use that." Viable Clan member told me about it, and I was like, I went and looked at this and I tried it, and I put on a couple things, and I had some beginners try it, like 9, 10, 12-year-olds, and one adult actually, and I said, try this, and they did, and they could do everything by themselves. One actually told me this is easier than Windows, and then I read about all the Vulkan support for gaming on Pop! OS that's like built in, and then I tried it, and I've been using it for the last few months, and I'm like, I'm totally sold. I freaking hate Manjaro. Don't say that in my presence ever again. I have good friends who use Manjaro, but I hate it. Like hate Manjaro because of what it did to me and the whole community, the Manjaro community, and particularly the Manjaro company. The Manjaro company is the devil. Yeah, I'll talk to you about that another day. I don't want to rant right now. Actually, I'll make a special video just ranting about Manjaro. I'll put it under reviews and rants. Having fun using PyTorch. That's the approximate. Ooh, you did. That's pretty cool. That's amazing. Use Linux at all? If you haven't used Linux at all, Pop! OS hands down is the best pick. No questions asked. I mean, because it's supported by a huge company, unlike Elementary OS or something. Mint would be my second recommendation to a beginner. It seemed bloated and slow. They are. And Pop! OS just shaves off a bunch of stuff you don't need. Red Hat, yeah, I haven't tried Red Hat in a long time. I was a big Red Hat Fedora guy for 13 years. So, no kidding. I ran at IBM, I ran Red Hat for 13 years. So, yeah, good night, VFlare. I don't like Manjaro too, but Debian doesn't Debian doesn't run well on Pinebook. That's interesting. Yeah, I don't know. Well, if you're running Manjaro, I don't know. I mean, it depends on if you're anti-GNOME or not. I mean, if you're willing to try Debian. Debian has problems. I always have problems with Debian. I just do. I'm a sellout. I think that using a distro that has built-in integrations with the vendors that provide proprietary drivers is not a bad thing. And that puts me in a very unique category. People think I'm the devil for saying that, but I don't care. I always want a working computer. And yes, I want to pressure people to release their own drivers and stuff, but mostly I just want a computer that works. And that's where Ubuntu has really settled the playing field down. At least the format mag has Pop! OS on it. Been playing around with it in VM. An old desktop, yeah. Yeah, I was good lightweight OS. Yeah, well, that's Pop! OS all the way, Hitchhiker. Pop! OS is the lightest OS that's not Arch, that is most likely to do what you want, including gaming. I haven't tried it yet, but I've heard great things because, look, Pop! OS comes from System 76, who makes money selling computers to people, and they can't sell computers to people that can't run games. So they are financially incented to make their Linux distro work the easiest with people who want to play games. And I think that's a really interesting reason to use Pop! OS, because it's got, financial pressure behind the operating system to distro. Yeah. System, no, not system. Did I say System V? I meant System 76. System V is a totally different thing. It's System 7.5. Pop! OS is Ubuntu based, which is Debian based. Yes. I want to, because Windows now wants me to have an account to use the OS. Right. I hate that. You can get around that, LC. Yep. There's a way to get around that. When it boots, it used to be you say, I don't want to do that when you install. You can get around it though. There's a way to get around that. You can still install it without it. It's annoying as hell, but you can totally do it. Comp gaming is somewhat viable on Linux or CSGO. I mean, you can play a lot of things on there. I don't know. You guys can take a peek. Can't say I don't agree. I tried Nouveau for a while, but yeah, that whole project is gone now. Nouveau evaporated. All the people left. That happened in 2020. It was really sad. They're like, forget it. We're not doing this. Yep. The efficient video drivers are not bad, and they keep them up to date. So I'm going to give NVIDIA kudos for that. You can hate NVIDIA all you want, and Torvalds can flip them off, blah, 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 but NVIDIA's keeping up at least. I mean, I don't know. I'm not going to hate on NVIDIA. I think they're a good company. I think they've done amazing things, and they're being very, very competitive, and they're not giving away their farm. I think they should open their drivers, but if they did that, they would end up with people making NVIDIA cards because they're trying to get corner of the market. I don't know. That's a really tough one. So Linux will take over the game industry eventually. Yes, I do. Because I think Microsoft wants to run Windows. Wants to run Linux. I sincerely believe Microsoft is trying to get rid of the underlying Windows operating system and kernel and use Linux instead. And when that happens, that's going to require it to work. And we already know for a fact that they are considering rewriting the operating system in Rust because they've already hired people to do so. And they've already interviewed people on this stream who reported that they interviewed for positions to replace the operating system with Rust. That's firsthand account from somebody who was in our stream. So that means Microsoft is doing really radical things. If they're talking about releasing an operating system in Rust that is based on a Linux kernel, then they're gonna completely turn the whole market on its head. I don't know if they're gonna make it though. I don't know if you can do an operating system in Rust. It's gonna be really interesting. You can't do offline account anymore. They don't do it anymore. Cypheric, they don't even offer you the option anymore. It doesn't show up on the screen. It used to. I noticed that. I went to go re-image with Windows the other day, and it doesn't show it anymore. It hasn't probably for a month or so. What? I gotta go here, but use the enterprise mode. Oh, that's the workaround, Jeropa. Okay, that was the one. Yeah, choose enterprise mode, and then you just say I don't want to Active Directory account. Yeah, you can do it. I read that you could get around it, but I couldn't remember how. Very nice information there. Installing Windows 10 with Wi-Fi off to bypass account requirement. Oh, that was the other workaround, is to just turn Wi-Fi off. I heard somebody else say that. Yeah. PS4 and 5 use the BSD based OS. Well, because they can't put anything GNU on there at all. I don't know how. Honestly, I don't know how Microsoft's going to deal with. I mean, they've got Bash on their system, so they're not going to want to play the GPL3 game. Nobody does. So yeah, they would have to start from, well, there's at least there, according to somebody who interviewed for a Rust position at Microsoft, they are planning a rewrite attempt in Rust. Now, people have tried to write operating systems before and failed miserably. Right? They tried to rewrite all of the Mac OS and Pascal. Gil Amelio. That's when Jobs had to come back and save them all. He said, "Fine, we're not doing that. We're going to do my way. We're going to write it in Next. We're going to steal BSD, and we're going to dominate the world." And they did, which sucks. Offline account, yeah. The syntax of I'm not a Rust fan at all. You know this, right? They want your name. Look, if I don't know if I would, I don't know. I trust Brian Cantrell, and Brian Cantrell's conclusion is the operating system should not be written in Rust. The end. I trust him above everybody else. CTO of Joyent, started Carbide Computing, one of the most knowledgeable CTOs I've ever come across. He does a great video on that, and he doesn't bag on it. He just says it's not the right choice. C is the right choice for operating systems, and I agree. I'm on the insiders, and there's no option if you don't connect online. Don't know about that. Can you please cite a page about Nouveau Exodus? I cannot. I wish I knew. I definitely retweeted it or something. I could probably go find it. What was that in? I don't remember. But it was like everybody left. We're done. Yeah, it was like 3 or 4 months ago. It feels like, anyway. I might have it wrong, so do your own research on that. But I swear I read an article on that. I want to say it was in my open source mailing list mail. I don't forget the name of it, but I follow so many things. It's kind of hard to know where I get it for. It might be in my notes, actually. Sometimes if it's significant enough, sometimes I'll read about it. This is why I keep notes, by the way, but I don't always remember to write them down. That's my problem. Nope, not in there. Sorry. Oh, well. Yeah, if you find it, let me know. I'll put it where I need to. Oops. 1080x is and rewrite needed years ago. I agree. Sound bad as Windows ME. G-Bowen, I am with you, man. I think it's horrible. I think it's as bad as Fuchsia attempting to write Fuchsia in C++, which that effort is like falling on its face. It gives me so much pleasure. I'm sorry. It's Schadenfreude. Rewriting an operating system in C++ was a stupid idea. It's just proof that Google has no idea what they're doing. And anyway, I'm not going to say more about that. I cannot believe they did that. And then they had the gall to say, and there will not be any Go allowed on our system. I'm like, you're Google, right? And that Rob Pike, who made Plan 9 and C and Unicode, designed Go. What can you show for that Fuchsia team? It's so stupid. There's so many stupid people at Google. They might be intelligent on paper as engineers, but they're horrible architects. An interesting problem I got from a math Discord channel is there. They might be able to tell you what to do with the guy in the blender and that crap, but they have no practical knowledge whatsoever. I keep running into Google engineers who are totally idiots on the architecture and design front, but in terms of like technical skill and raw brilliance, yeah, they're amazing. I keep running into this. I don't know. Think about all the things they tried to do that failed. You remember the reader? You remember the RSS thing they took out? You remember the Google Groups? You remember their social media attempt? Do I need to go on? It's like they have just the crappiest architects at Google. And for them to like make an operating system in C++, they just absolutely have lost their brain. And then they're all pedantic and down talky about it. They're like we are not going. This is what we're going to do now. And this, I'm like, you know what? I'm just like, oh my god, you just bunch of overpaid Silicon Valley assholes. Here is an interesting problem I got from a math Discord channel. I use Sage Math as a math major. While Carol works on Nouveau in the official capacity at Red Hat with a focus on blah. And other open source crap. I think that's old. Yep. I'm pretty sure that's old. They have a Red Hat intern working on Nouveau. No. I cannot remember where I read about it. There was some sort of falling out, and I don't think you're going to find a lot of write up on it, which is why I'm really wanting to. It is more of a research company. I really want to find. This is why Amazon's going to destroy. Amazon is both a great architectural company and a really, really, really smart engineering company. This is why Amazon is freaking dominating. Did you guys see the new registry, the container registry that they're rolling out? They announced earlier in the week or in the month. It's crazy. They're basically taking Docker head on, and they're going to roll out their own container registry. But GitHub is doing that. GitLab's got that now. Everybody's going for container registry stuff. Yeah, it's so cool. Amazon, look, they got their problems, but of all the FANG companies, I would be with Amazon in a heartbeat. If I could find a place in there that I could justify not feeling like a sellout. Yeah. Because I mean, Amazon is actually making real serious progress for the world. Their business practices are sketchy, obviously, in some places, but not nearly as sketchy as Google's. And at least they're abusing Americans and not internationals. Google is evil. Are you kidding me? How is Amazon more evil than Google? Amazon started as a lowly bookstore, at least. Yeah, I was right down the street from them. They started CGI scripts when I was in Portland. If I hadn't had young kids, I would have went to Amazon instead of Nike. I kid you not. I could have been at Amazon on the ground floor, and I decided to go to Nike instead. I could have. I was the CGI guy at Teleport. I had stuff on buses and everything. I was like all kinds of in the know and everything. And I could have went up the street to Seattle. It was literally like 2 hours away. And instead I went to Nike instead. So stupid. So stupid. If I'd been thinking straight, I'd be like, okay, what has more future? Selling books and anything online or selling shoes at Nike? Yeah, if I had gone there, I always wonder if I had done that. If I had done that, or if I had gone up and worked for PayPal. PayPal was just starting at the same time too. Yeah, I could have. I'm always shooting myself in the head because I could have. There's so many paths that if I had made, because I was there for all of it. If I had made a different decision, I would be a millionaire at this point. It bothers me. Sometimes it bothers me. I don't know, just the universe doesn't want that to happen. It's like, if we give you that much money, your head's going to explode and you're not going to be able to help anybody. Seriously, their CGI scripts, their progress scripts weren't even that good. I made the first internet web weaver, like web-based website development tool in the world for Teleport down the street. All I would have had to done is said, hey, Amazon, look at this cool thing I made in Perl CGI. Can I be on your Perl team? And they would have been like, yes. And then I would have been like, make the stuff. I had 2 young kids, and my wife's, my ex-wife's family was in Portland, and we didn't feel like moving up to Oregon. I mean, up to Seattle. That is the main reason. And the person I was working with, Elizabeth, hi. She went up to work with her husband up to Microsoft, and she's like rolling in it now. Yep. And I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it. She goes, I know, I'm selling out. I'm going to work for the evil empire. And it was evil. And I was like, oh my God, why are you doing that? She goes, I know, but so this is digress, but I digress. We should stop now. So yeah, I don't know. I think Amazon is better for the world than Google and Facebook. At least Amazon is making money doing actual things. They're not selling. They are invading your privacy, but they're not invading your privacy in any way that going to, getting a membership card at Lowe's would be, right? And yes, they control everything you buy and all that stuff. I get it. That centralization is, bad. But I mean, think of all the stuff that they've done, like all of the infrastructure ideas that they've even put forward. I mean, yeah, it's terrifying, but it's also remarkably amazing that they've accomplished so much. Google's accomplished a lot, but Google just made a really big freaking spy engine and search engine. That's it. 95% of their income is still marketing and selling your data to somebody else. So how is that helping the world? It's not helping the world. I mean, some of their contributions from the technology that they give to us is fine, but Amazon is like the real deal, man. I mean, they've like, I don't know. A lot of people, I mean, look, there's tons of controversy with any of them, but of all of the ones out there, if I had to pick one to work for, it would be Amazon, hands down, because it's just so much cleaner than just that. But you probably disagree, and that's fine. I would love to have that debate another day. Once you have kids, it does rule your life choices. That's why I'm still living in South California. Yeah. And even after Nike, IBM said peace, love, and Linux to me, and they'll double my salary. And I'm like, okay. So stupid. So stupid. Make good life choices, people. I'm going to go now since I'm getting kind of ranty. And yeah, yeah. We won't talk about the big companies right now. And web development. So web development, do it, love it. We're going to be making profiles. And if you're looking for a project to put all of this into play and practice, start, making a little web page on GitHub or GitLab and publishing it to Netlify. And I've gone through some of those steps already in previous streams. Or just, do it on your own computer, but start to mess with it. Have a great 2020. You guys, you too. Thank you so much. And I mean, we'll figure out what this whole 2021 is going to be all about. We'll do that. I will be back today. I'll be streaming again today, doing other things. I don't know what those things will be yet. I kind of want to set up all my pagan stuff. So Quinn, I don't know if you're going to be around, but I'm probably I want to really polish up the changes to the pagan reorganization. And yeah, I may actually do a ranty video or two. But most importantly, I will be offline getting rid of my LinkedIn account today. And I recommend that all of you do the same. And if I do a video, like an actual beginning to end video, it will be how to replace your LinkedIn network with a GitHub network entry. And I'll show you how to take all your stuff out of LinkedIn and one way to put it into GitHub. Yeah, a lot of people don't use LinkedIn. Thank God. Thank God. You're advanced. You're way ahead of me. I wish somebody would have like beat me up over it. Said, Rob, really? But I'll show you how to move your stuff over. Obviously I can't show you how to move all of your contacts over. That's the hardest part. But I was looking at my contacts on LinkedIn and I was like, yeah, some of these people, it's going to be, sad to see them go. And I'm thinking, no, it's actually very liberating to just cut the ties with everybody on my LinkedIn. That means if anybody really wants to know me, they'll stay in contact with me. If they don't, I can find them. I can find them. I can find the companies. That's another video. I'll talk about that another time. GitHub because the warning, too many changes for another time. Alrighty. Tonight at midnight, I'll be back doing more learning web design, and I will be doing that again tomorrow. We're cooking through this book. I think we're going to probably finish the book within, another week or two. And that's fine because we want to get on to actually making things and doing the next sort of thing. So yeah, a true social media site. Me too. But we might talk about MemWorks, KnowledgeNet, and see how that works. Yep. All right. Bye, everybody.